啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包到埋口，跳到兩口，單單就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，想瞓復習，個身份最好個月出咗你對不對你輸，人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞， 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，睇下就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份複習，個身份最好嘅嘢，出咗你就不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，哦，兩隻 chicken nut，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都無能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我當你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，哦，兩隻 chicken nut，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，睇下就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份複習，個身份最好嘅嘢，出咗你就不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，哦，兩隻 chicken nut，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都無能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我當你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計， 敢知，但係有人好運，有人無計。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過。咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇。成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，單單就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，就份復習，個新聞最好不如出盡力就不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂。乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，點會做不翼而飛？咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過。咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞。
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board as we're diving into day 2 of the APAC Qualifiers 2025. My name is Contra, and here with me is Saga. It's great to actually see you clearly today, my friend.
Woo! What am I? 480p today. Let's go! Big improvements, and hopefully some of our teams are going to have some big improvements, but some of them don't necessarily need to improve much after what they did on day number 1. It was a really exciting set of games, and today's going to deliver as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did not expect that we'll get ourselves a tie for the top spot right now with Team NKT as well as eArena absolutely on a dominating streak where they're getting high volumes of kills per round. And we hope to actually see them go at it again. But I'm pretty sure that the rest of the pack will be looking to catch up as the coveted top 8 spots are still up for grabs for plenty of them. If you guys might have actually missed some of the action, don't worry. We'll give you all the details necessary as we'll slowly unveil all the information that you require on who's on the leaderboards.
Yeah, and you've already sprinkled a little teaser in there saying that the top 8 is what these teams are playing for here in the play-in stage for the PAQ Phase 1. This will be the qualifier for PGS 7 and 8, but first we've got to get through this round, the play-in stage, where we've seen 6 of the total 18 matches, where they'll move on to face off in the grand finals against the 8 teams who were seeded there because of their success in their regional series.
That's right, and right now there's only 12 more matches available for them to prove their case in point. And of course, there's still another top 8 teams waiting for them. Those who have excelled coming in from the PTS, PVS, and Master Series will be getting some action where we're already moving into the weekend stage where, like I said, that's 12 matches to go. And then they also have to prepare for what's about to come in the finals if they do make it to the top 8, where we'll have some grueling 4 days back-to-back action for all the teams that are on board.
Yeah, 24 game series for the grand finals, and it's just one solid block of super settings, and it's going to be up against some real stiff competition. The likes of AGG, the likes of the team that won the the Vietnam series, Buffalo Esports, now under the name of Team Flash. Not to mention teams like Theerathon 5, Forest Gaming, and Decimate out of OCE as well. Some real stiff competition, but that's what waits any of the teams who are successful in this play-in stage before they get through to the grand finals, where they're having to play for just the top 4 spots to claim one of those APAC seeds at PGS 7 and 8.
Yeah, and these are also great chances for all the teams to be able to gather PGC points as well. So we'll definitely want to see how it's going to be formulating by the end of the season. But of course, they're playing for not only the pride of their own region, but ATK is up for grabs, and the ones at the top will get the big line share of 25K, and also bonuses for the individual prizes such as the MVP and so on.
That's big money to be won, not just as a team, but if you're picking up those frag grenades. We saw a couple of APAC grenades being tossed out yesterday. Got to make sure those are on point. There's $250 on the line for that. And the MVP overall, that's going to be really hotly contested. We've already seen some insane individual performances from some players in the play-in stage. And when you look at some of the names in the final stage, the likes of the Expendables, Sharper Esports, QiWA, previously Bleed Esports, yeah, there's some names there that are definitely going to be in contention for that MVP prize money as well.
Yeah, and I just can't actually wait to get to see what has improved coming in from our champions of the world, the Expendables. We'll definitely see some sort of challenge when we do get ourselves into the final stages, but here, this is where we're at with the total leaderboards on our screen. NKT as well as eArena are tied for first place, and then on the third spot, it's going to be Xavage with 48 points. And for the rest of the pack, we can see a whole lot of teams who are somewhere in the middle of the field around the 30-pointer mark. So we expect to see a lot of shifts happening, especially for those who are still over on the bottom half of the layer. I think that they can just get a couple of good games and they should be good to go.
Those of you who are familiar with basic level mathematics will know what a bell curve is. and it gets very congested towards the center. That is exactly the same as any leaderboard in a series like this for PUBG Esports. Starting off today with Miramar, where we ended off on day number 1, and that was a big change for a couple of these rosters. Miramar was a massive points gainer for some of our squads, most notably Buriram United, who picked up 80% of their total points on Miramar. That is only 16 points because they sucked on every other map, but it's still good news that they've got a bit of momentum coming in today.
Yeah, that is something that I definitely didn't think about as well on, how we've scrutinized them for at least the first 4 portions of the map starting in day 1, and then they start to slowly recover. And today they should be having a good idea on how to navigate their way a little bit better when it comes down to the maps that they didn't really excel at from yesterday. So other than that, I guess that there's also certain teams that may actually need to play a little bit more aggressively. 40K, Zen Esports, and some way or another, Windy Gaming, who have definitely tried to actually go for certain contests. We see them actually winning some trades early game, but then again, they didn't seem to last all too long. So we definitely want to check out if they've been able to adapt to certain portions of these gameplay of the rest of the pack. Other than that, I think that we're just gonna get a lot of all these great action coming from all the aggressive teams who have displayed incredible work from day 1.
Hopefully we've got a lot of work done as well with some of the coaching staff. I mean, Buriram United have 2 coaches, Nent and Kisti, 2 very experienced leaders of teams back in the Thailand series, and even making some appearances at PGS under various rosters as well. So hopefully they've been going through the files, turning things around, as we've already seen a couple of teams do. Even those at the top of the standings had a bit of a shams start to day number 1. Both eArena and NKT picked up just 10 points or 9 points for NKT, but in the rest of the games, they now top the standings with 59 points apiece, tied on placement points, tied on kills, and it's looking very, very good for the Thailand series coming in, with 3 of the top 4 spots being claimed by teams out of Thailand.
Initially, when I saw all the names who are competing in the APAC qualifiers, there's plenty of them hailing from the PVS region, and I thought that they or definitely look to dominate the rest of the lobby. But of course, with NKT and eArena showing really strong signs of just hitting the pedal to the metal from day 1, I think that they're definitely onto something. Though they could just maintain their score for the rest of these 2 days in order to make that top 8 cut. But of course, if they were to slip up, I'm pretty sure that the rest of the pack will also catch up to them in a couple of moments. So we shall see how things will play out as we're going to be moving into our first match of day 2 shortly.
I'm going to say it, Contra. I'm going to say the C word. Consistency is key, because if you are not holding on to your top 8 spots, there are teams, the likes of Cerberus, Esports, PGS 3 champions, waiting to pounce and take that spot away from you. And Miramar is up on the cards, the battlefield where we will be starting off day number 2. Big battlegrounds on the first day of matches. We saw a lot of the southern area in play. And let's see what's going to switch up. This flight path a little bit more north on one end, at the very least. We saw one head up down as far as Puerto Paraíso at yesterday's matches. And the zone kind of followed suit, went all the way down towards Chumacera. A big win for Xavage Men Esports, team out of Chinese Taipei, with some very familiar names. If you've been watching PUBG Esports for a while, you'll recognize some Global Cup appearances, some Nations Cup appearances, and so far they've lived up to that reputation.
Yeah, they've traditionally excelled in most of all these day 1 action, but from the past couple of qualifiers, we did see them start to lose momentum from day 2 and day 3 onwards. Hopefully that's not going to be the case for Xavage Men, who have definitely shown us tremendous work for those matchups that we see back in yesterday's Miramar. So should be good going for them if they would be able to hold a certain good control of the region, where they've definitely showed that they've been taking a whole lot more fights than they were used to. The arena starts over the south of Valdemar, as they're not hoping to drop into Puerto Paraíso this time around, but we're looking at 2 teams inside of Los Leones. Will we actually get to see a battle, as this is going to be the circle that's going to be fair to all around the central region?
Yeah, TDT haven't really been that interested in competing for their drop spots. Los Leones has been the one that they consider fair enough because it's such a huge city. You can fit 2 teams, and when the flight path puts Zen Esports down towards the south side, then they've got every chance that they just grab some guns early, try and get a knock or 2 out of the parachutes for some early freebies. Unfortunately, not landing anything, fortunately for Zen Esports, so they'll make their way to the south side of Los Leones and continue on their way. And well, they've got a bit of a rotation to try and make to get into our phase 1 circle. A bit of damage done onto 2D, but actually it's T-Day of Windy Gaming. That's got to be close to Picardo with Cerberus getting involved. That's an early loss for Windy.
Wow, I didn't really expect them to fall short this early on. And are they actually going for a Picado challenge? That's going to be a big question here. So, of course, I'll definitely have to look at the map for a little bit more of the details, where we're looking at Solazzi to at least have plenty of avenues to work around with, where he's currently all alone, though not really joining with the rest of Cerberus at the moment. But take a look at Upchat. He's also lurking around, hoping to get a catch onto Ia, who've done incredibly well, because yesterday was Ia that has shut down Xavage Men when they were on top of those hilltops. So perhaps this is just the avenue for them to be able to pay back to the side of Happy Squad.
It was also Ia who died in the most weirdo position I've ever seen anyone die in a competitive esports game, all the way far west on the edge of the map on Rondo. And worryingly, he's all the way far west on Miramar right now, and he's alone in this city. Upchen's holding the line, getting information on footsteps, hearing the vehicle sounds, going to try and line up a shot as Ia tries to make his exit.
A couple of tags over onto TTS already. I wonder where that's actually coming from. It seems like it's from the rest of the members of Roy Esports. They're on the 2-2 split at this very moment, and playing around the graveyard sector can actually get pretty tricky sometimes, as there are going to be teams who make those early rotations, so they don't really want to hang out too long in the open, understandably so. Now T definitely have a wealth of experience playing in a couple of all these major teams in the past PVS circuits, so we do expect him to excel alongside with his brand new roster of Basil, Metal D, as well as Dat Blue, who's been phenomenal from yesterday. Dat Blue has been the main hitman for TTS.
Yeah, big fraggers from Vietnam. It's maybe not the most recognizable of team names, but definitely if you look at the individuals that they have on this roster, wealth of experience. And that's kind of the case for quite a lot of these teams coming in through the Vietnam series, particularly if you are an APAC enjoyer. You'll be happy to know that Team Flash, previously Buffalo Esports, who qualified to the grand finals, Hung Vo Ditch is back, and he's now a PVS champion as well, and he's brought along a whole bunch of young little fraggers who are absolute machines. It was enough to win the Vietnam series, so enough for them to make an impact in the final stage without question. Just got to wait about a week until we get to that point, and let's see who's going to be joining them.
Well, we just have to see who will be able to actually get themselves a spot. And of course, speaking of that, still trouble lies ahead for Buriram United now that there is quite a gap for them to be able to reach to, say, the top of the podium, but to make it to the middle pack, absolutely doable with a couple of good games going for them. So we'll see what the potential could bring for even names like Zen Esports or even 4TK. Well, R8 definitely seem like they've had some really good runs in between, but they always have late game struggles to be able to reach to where they want to get to. So hopefully we also get some improvement, as both WDG as well as R8 are currently sharing 23 points apiece. We're soaking so much damage from the early game for Tanker. But at least they're in a decent spot for Tanker. Probably would just hold still for the moment.
Probably should have picked a different team name if they didn't want to be tanking all this damage. They're kind of just telling everyone, hey, just shoot us. We're going to tank it all. Flash, more than happy to oblige, but an angle through the tree line from Giatin will force him off for the time being. So Daytrade making their move up from Chumacera, getting a bit of a foothold on the southwestern side of Picado in the plateau. A very powerful position and very likely to see a little bit of presence in the late game if they can hold on to this area. And Daytrade could do with it. They haven't really had the most successful of times out of the teams out of the lobby, but their fragging has really carried them through. 32 kills of their 45 points in total. A couple of placement points here and there, but maybe not what we expect out of a team of this caliber. Previously a GPT, they're going to have to make sure that their performances are completely on point to make sure they're getting back to those global series.
Yeah, I do agree, and I've expected them to perform tremendously well on maps like Wrangle. I think some of the best action that we've got coming in from Daytrade was back in Tego as well as Rondo, or whether if they would be able to eventually gain better momentum in order to secure a more top 4 finish. We should actually pay close attention onto some of all the other squads as well, where they've been able to at least put up some really strong fights. NKT, I guess they're just going to stick to the same game plan that they had back yesterday, where they were just setting a couple of all these choke points in the early game to catch teams off guard. We haven't really got to see too much of them on screen for now, because TDT might actually see some glimpse of action with the member of Zen Esports approaching very closely as they're getting themselves prepared to take on Zishuan.
So still technically in Los Leones up on the northern side. Sapao is going to make some noise with the vehicle, see if that can bait Zishuan to push up to the concrete, get caught off by Huang F. He's done a couple of solo missions and it's come out pretty successful. Remembering back to yesterday where he solo held and cleaned up from Cerberus as they tried to back out of a fight on Power Grid. Huang F just took them both down with a suppressed M4. So he's more than happy to potentially sell his life to get some points on the board for the squad, which we do like to see. A little bit of a fearless leader for TDT.
Yeah, TDT so far. It's been really, really fun to watch on how they really take on some of all these fights. And when they get explosive, they can even overwhelm some of the best teams in the lobby. So definitely looking forward to that. Well, LT just drove magnificently into the building. So first, just showing off a little bit of his biking skills while Daisy's out here in the Hacienda still doing a little bit of parkour. Zishuan's probably got no clue, does he? It didn't seem like they really want to overcommit over onto this compound just about yet. Zen Esports, unless if they got enough intel, perhaps they will call the rest of the pack to also join in on what could potentially be a massive fight up against Huang. And when we take a look at the rest of the TDT as well, they're pretty scattered across. So they have 2 duos, then over onto the far end of the minimap, whereas Sapao is not going to be able to cover Huang if he actually falls. So a little bit risky in terms of how they're kind of positioning themselves.
I also think for Zen Esports, they're hesitant to push this because the zone's going to shift in 10 seconds and this whole area might just be not worth anything anymore. So they're going to hold off before they look to commit, and we'll see whether or not that pays off for them in the long haul. Okay, now it's a priority position. Now it's good. So I would not be surprised at all to see Ken's hop in his vehicle, head over to Zishuan, but Sapao is on his way back. Huang F may actually have some defensive work to do as we're shifting straight back towards Los Leones. We ended day 1 with an urban ending in El Pozo. Los Leones might be on the cards to kick us off for day number 2.
Yeah, and over on the southwestern corner map, it might actually get a little bit busier where plenty of teams will be rotating out and about while we're already getting some gunshots fired over the side of Huang F. Holding down the line, he is being forced to put himself into a defensive cover while he tries to trade right back. Sapao does get the catch though, as he quickly takes out Ken's.
Oh, and John's on his way over. He's caught Zishuan as well on the side. Done tons of damage. John hops out of the vehicle, barrel in hand, and sits him down entirely. 200 damage dealt, 1 kill apiece for himself and John. Defensive work holds for TDT. Zen Esports, they tried to commit to that push. They know that's going to be a big priority position. But now, playing out from a 2-man, maybe they're hoping that this does go into Los Leones. It's a little bit more easy to get lost in all of the chaos as a duo, but if they have to make any moves out into the open fields as a two-man, that is a huge loss for them to take.
I absolutely agree with that, and if it does pull back into Los Leones, at least they get themselves a little bit more of a reprieve to get more defensive covers of their own. Well, Nicesoul still hoping to tack onto any of all these members of TDT in order to keep them pretty much sitting inside of those compounds while the rest of the squad has been hunkering down into this position. And for the rest of the pack to join right in, I guess that there's still more work to be done by the rest of TDT, where the rest of TTS are also moving out and about. They're in the decent area to be able to reach Los Leones in a moment's time, but I guess that they've been able to hear a couple of stray bullets flying around the vicinity, so they definitely will be very careful approaching into the nearby compounds.
The Tin Soldier on the move. They might just grab themselves this quick little airdrop crate. If he pulls up, might need a smoke. They are under some pressure. Actually, gonna leave it for a teammate by the looks of things. Tin Soldier in yesterday's matches started off extremely well, 26 points on a angle, but then only 6 points gained across the other 4 maps, including just 2 points in 2 Miramar games played. So maybe not going to take the risk to hop out the car and go for the airdrop crate. They need to start stacking up those points to maintain their push, which actually Cerberus Esports, with the 1 kill that Lambao picked up in the early phase of the game, has overtaken and made their way into the top 8. So TTS are going to look to reclaim it, but they are playing from the low ground. It's not the most point stack capable position. It's more about surviving to the late stages of the game and hoping that they can find a way out when they need to.
Yeah, perhaps if the circle does favor them, they could potentially play super defensively from that region, but we'll have to see how long will Cerberus stay put in this hillside. Well, we do have some gliders visiting the city of Los Leones. We'll see where exactly does Lyrix land, or is he even gonna land as he's getting shot at by Nicesoul? Oh boy, Lyrix, I guess he managed to at least steer past all the way towards the far south, but it shifts once again. Like you said, TDT, they're still on board. That priority position may no longer be the best spot possible, as you can see the rest of WBG getting themselves the dead center of the map.
Strong spot as well for R8 Esports out of Thailand. In the warehouse just in the field to the north. It's pretty tough to try and breach that position, not only because the compound has a defensive wall around it, but everyone else will be able to see it, so you will be getting peppered from all angles if you do try and commit to that push. Yuda drops a grenade on the Mirado, but Savior has disappeared out to the side. Can't dodge the headshot though, as Oliver too low to provide any cover behind the ridge. And now Yuda's going to secure the flush as well.
I'll make quick word of him, as Yuda still looking for a lot more of these X-Men targets all across the other side of the ridge, but it's going to be pretty hard to actually get them while the smokes have already been popped up as well. Akai covering the long range in order to give a little bit more of an assistance to the rest of 4 tankers who are still holding on. Upchen will be quickly saved by Oliver, so not too much of a big deal for the rest of Xavage men. They would still be able to at least hold still with 3 members left standing in the way. Unfortunate for Savior, though, bowing out a little bit more earlier as compared to the rest of the pack, as we still have all the teams on board, but it's going to be a tough way to get into the zone for Xavage man, who's currently by the corner of the map.
Yeah, their problems don't end with just losing Savior. They've still got to find a way to get all the way from here over to the opposite side of Los Leones, as the zone did shift hard towards the east. Tanadol doing significant damage though, as Hakai drives a little bit too close to him. Tigger and Belmoth on the way over to provide support, but Flash is already here, but Tanadol does not need the help. Another headshot. He's got 3 down himself.
Wow, he's still pushing through, and it's Yuder who's hoping to hold him down, and he does get those double knocks in order to keep the rest of 14K alive, but is there going to be a more hassle for him as the rest of Daytrade will respond once again? Here comes Tigger, and he does get a couple of all these shots straight it back. Tigger closes it up, and 4 tanker is gone.
It came incredibly close to pulling off the impossible, but Tanadol just getting the knock, but Tigger shows up just in time to provide the support. Tanadol does go down to the blue zone grenade. Now hold up, Hatsawat creeping forwards. They've definitely heard the chaos. They've seen the knocks in the kill feed. They know that Daytrade is damaged, but They should expect the revive to have come through on towards Flash, which is why they're not overcommitting into this compound. But maybe if they can go unnoticed, they could catch Daytrade lurking around the edge of the compound, get a free knock, and then commit to the push.
Yeah, smart plays coming from NKT, always coming up with some massive plans out there. So what's going to be the call for Khan is they're just keeping themselves pretty much hidden from any form of track for Daytrade to even take notice. So perhaps it's going to be a little bit more of an exit frac kind of plan where they're waiting for Daytrade to make a move. And speaking of which, Tigger's already on wheels. This might just be a catch here.
Thankfully, heading the opposite direction of where NKT is setting their trap. They do like to do it. Pody's still watching the back line. Here's the vehicles of X-Men rocking up, so knows, okay, if we get into any crazy fights down towards the south of this, there's an opportunity that we might get stabbed in the back. But once again, as the zone has shifted far towards the east, favoring the massive 4-way 1-1 split of HAPPIE squad, just doing all they can to hold out one unfortunate team on the northeastern side of the zone. And eArena did manage to find their way through Los Leones to regroup with Lyrics up on the high ground cliffs on the northeastern side of Los Leones. So they have Overwatch over practically the entire zone right now. But Belmoth does catch Sam Mask trying to reposition, still committing to setting up this trap. And now they know that there's enemies abound.
Oh, a great lineup coming in, but unable to connect with the Mini 14. Oh, this is just a rough spot for Flash to actually even get any form of cover of. But the good news is Hatsuwa is being pressurized by the blue zone, so you will have to take the long way route. And then suddenly the hunter becomes the hunted, as the rest of Daytrade are able to slowly zone out the rest of NKT.
Seems like Khan is trying to commit his life to see if Daytrade is going to pull any sneaky plays, but no, they're just backing away, heading underneath TDT, close to in grenade range, and now Sapao gets a knock on towards the back line to get rid of some of those angles that might anchor them back in towards their compound, so they can push out a little bit more, put some pressure on Daytrade down below. But Daytrade have brought plenty of grenades. But if TDT do get a little bit antsy and try to clear them out, they can fight back.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot to be at as well. Daytrade could still have a little bit more natural defensive cover for themselves while they try to see if they could find any form of catch down below. Meanwhile, BRU as well as MGG going head-to-head in a very, very tough area of play. MG, they will really need to find avenues to climb up this hillside, but BRU is kind of getting them off at this moment, when perhaps they're also trying to find a little bit more of the room to get themselves into the zone. While Sapao, he gets a glimpse over on this side of Pody, and not quite enough to take him down just yet. But the rest of NKT, they're already down below, and they're just sitting ducks for the rest of Zen Esports to solely nail them down together alongside with TDT.
Yeah, they ran out of room, ran out of time to make their sneaky plays, so they decided to go direct straight in towards Daytrade. Big exchange of grenades, and TDT took that opportunity to pounce. Sapao still looking for more, knowing the revives are likely coming through underneath. Trying to get a Molotov down into that little gap. It might spread down. It does. It gets a re-knock onto Flash. Tigger still burning as well in the smokes. Sapao not quite going to get that knock for free with the Molotov damage, but Tigger is getting slowly surrounded, and a blue zone grenade on top of him as well.
Yeah, I guess he's a goner right now. Just no way that he could actually survive this ordeal while there's still more pressure coming in from another side. Daytrade goes out rather early this time around in Miramar, while we're still having the other rest of the 13 squads to still go on for those duke outs by the edge of the zone. Everyone's just trying to keep everyone else outside, while TDT somehow has been able to pick up 6 points throughout this process within the span of 20 minutes. So pretty impressive to me.
Yeah, and we'll give Daytrade their credit. We always say about consistency and making sure if you're going to have a bad game, you at least get 4 or 5 points out of it. They've done exactly that. That's pushed them up into 3rd place temporarily on the leaderboards, as we may expect a team like X-Men, TDT to stack up a couple of more points, but some of their positions are looking a little bit precarious. Not quite as bad as MGG, though. They are being entirely held out by HAPPIE squad. They have regrouped their split that did used to extend all the way down towards the south. Maybe a bit too much pressure coming from eArena on the hilltop down in that direction, but now they've sniffed out a couple of potential kill points. It's actually Buriram who lands long-range tags onto Aya. And that is a problem now. They've still got the pressure from MGG. They've got to commit towards that, but now they've got to add in getting that res and not giving up the free kill.
Yeah, they really just have to scrap for whatever points that they can find, and they managed to eventually nail down both Ian as well as Evil Patrick at the same time with some assistance coming from Sizzy. So this is just made to be pretty much a tough ordeal, while Happy Squad, they could still actually get some revives through, especially having some defensive cover for the time being. But that has allowed the rest of BRU to crash right through and quickly responded by Elgin bots to shut down Eddie.
Buriram saw the second knock onto the team that they'd already knocked one down from. They thought, we've got an opportunity here to get something going. TTS buys just a little bit of time for Happy Squad to try and mount some sort of attempt at fighting back, but Master with a grenade makes it a bit of a null ordeal. He's going to try and find the flush on towards Centrip, spots out Evil Patrick, making a run to the right, and Riz peeking over the rock. Can't get it though, because too much pressure from TTS above them.
Oh boy. Where exactly can the rest of Happy Squads actually run towards without actually getting shot at? Well, though there's only 2 members of BRU to deal with, they are going to make it pretty much tough. Well, Master gets shredded out, but it will be responded with Rios to be able to nail down Evil Patrick. So Happy Squad is a goner. They barely made it into the top 12, but the rest of Cerberus Esports, they're not exactly in the best spot possible as well. They need to run to the rim of the circle, and there's just plenty of all these teams lying in wait inside the zone. Lucky J is all alone while FW tries to climb up the hill to take on the rest of eArena.
FW have wrapped so far in this game, went all the way to the north from the western side, now all the way on the southeast, trying to fight their way up towards eArena, but getting tagged in the back constantly by TTS. Riz, though, might have just bought them a little bit of time by taking out Neil T. TTS is going to have to turn their attention that way, and also for the fact that Kanaxi started to spread out, look for some opportunities to get third-party shots over this ridge, but has now regrouped with the rest of R8 Esports, eventually having to make the move out of their warehouse and head into the open fields. They've spotted a weakened X-Men. They're starting the bombardment to try and claim this spot for themselves.
How long can Lucky J actually hold on to? Blue Zone grenades are also popped towards his direction, so he will have to hang in there pretty tightly up against the rest of R8 Esports, and they're hoping to actually peel back into the further west instead. Smart available options left on the table for the side of R8 to steer clear away from danger, but here comes the push down the hill as they land a perfect nade and also a couple of shots coming from Lyrics to be able to clear out the rest of FW Esports, and now only 8 more remain. And finally, R8, they decide to recommit to take on Lucky J.
Just a clean push down from the high ground from eArena. No pressure from TTS on the back line. Lucky J does get tagged up by the Molotov, and he will fall. That's an instant kill. And R8 should now know this position is cleared. They can turn their attention back behind towards the field. They were already putting some shots in towards Roy Esports. Got a knock earlier on onto Edvy King, and it seems as though they might have spotted out Riz lurking on the ridges all the way on the northeastern side of the field as well. They're definitely anticipating his presence in that area. But now a push up the hill from Cerberus gets 2 big opening knocks onto eArena. That leaves Lyrics all alone, and he is nowhere to be found in this fight. Cerberus will claim the silos.
My. Cerberus Esports somehow have managed to reclaim the higher grounds from the hands of eArena. And I guess at eArena, they were also watching what's really happening over the north side, hoping to eventually make a dive perhaps towards the central area, and didn't exactly check towards their eastern side, and they just got caught off guard. Now, Cerberus Esports, they could potentially clear the round here now that they've gotten some of all these got angles coming in from the silo, while the rest of the pack is over onto the lower side of the ground. It really depends on where it actually pulls towards, and WDG at least gets to hold the compound in the center of it all.
WDG lost 1 in the very early phases of this game. 2 minutes into Lambao, and still Lambao is lurking behind them, but they get the zone shift in their favor. They've got a little bit of cover with the concrete building. Imkadi's going to peek up over the top, find Lyrics lurking on the edge of the zone. He's having none of it, taken him out, and they've cleared their entire south side of the zone, but it is not in. They're still waiting now as the fights in the field are just popping off left and right, getting a steal away onto Unique, who's trying to push forward into grenade range of Roy Esports. Latte lurking on the edge of a smoke, gets a spray into the toes of Envy King. Teddy still there, tries to peek up over to get a trade, but can't get there in time.
Roy Esports are absolutely being sandwiched in between. R8 getting a whole lot of great pickoffs coming in from this northern area, and they're just dominating the fields while they're eventually going to be looking for a push towards the rest of WDG inside those compounds. The Tin Soldiers have always been peppering them with a couple of all these tags, so they have been keeping a watchful eye, but this time around, all right, they got themselves just about good enough of cover to not be too worried for the meantime, while the rest of Cerberus Esports still hoping to get a catcher. They haven't been able to actually get anything going for them for a moment after taking on the rest of eArena. While WDG, all they really need to do is just to turtle in and hoping to actually defend it for their dear lives. We'll see whether or not if Cerberus Esports will be forced to make that leap of faith into the area, and now they're full setting it straight towards the rest of WDG.
They're heading into the far side of the compound where there is no presence from WDG. They know that crashing the concrete is a death sentence. They're avoiding that the best they can. TTS trying to make a similar kind of Hail Mary send on the opposite side into the field itself. Haisaki keeping himself up on the high ground for a little bit of Overwatch. Does manage to steal away another kill point for Cerberus. They only got 2 points on both Miramar maps yesterday. Now they're top 4, 7 or 8 kills to their name, and with a solid chance of winning this game after not losing anyone on the scent down into Windy's compound. Just trying to avoid the grenade spam coming through, and Haisaki might not be able to get down, but that's a big opening. Imkudi lands a grenade onto 6789.
Ooh, such a hairy situation. And also, keep our eyes on to those members of R8 Esports wrapping around. They are looking for a third-party avenue while they're pushing right through, finding Marcus. Haisaki left with only 1 HP as the rest of Cerberus gaining that momentum, gaining that confidence to just clear off the rest of WDG. And the ball is absolutely on their court right now. They still have all 4 members left alive.
That is toxic, Sololzy. You can't be bullying pensioners like that. Whipping out the DBS to take down Rip113, such an OG of the scene. Kim here subbing in for Bin Blue. Unfortunately, too young to play in this series. Born in 2008, absolutely wild. But, I mean, not too bad, not too bad. They got into the top 4, just, yeah, could not do anything to defend up against Cerberus. And Sololzy on the DBS to put an end to their woes. Kanaxi trying to hold the line up close against Haisaki. The flash is coming through. Haisaki, I don't know whether he spotted him. He must have done. The flashbang lands just at the wrong time. Oh, he's stuck. Hello?
Oh, the trait went through, and he got blinded twice from the looks of it. And just like that, Kanaxi still managed to catch out Haisaki, ordering them to only 3 members. So this is still potentially doable for R8 Esports, but then again, Latte, he's a little too far off, and he's got somebody lurking over on his back. Well, that blue, he's keeping himself quiet for now, and I think that so long as he holds still, he should still be able to squeeze perhaps a top 2 finish.
Yeah, probably not. They know exactly where he is. That grenade is going to land. Didn't quite land in the right place to blow up the hay bale, but it blew him up instead. And Imkudi finishes the job. 15 kills for Cerberus, 25 points. They came into the match in 9th place, and they have decided the playtime is over. No one else is getting anything in map number 1. It's all theirs for the taking.
Tremendous job, and just like you said, this has been massive improvements for Cerberus Esports compared to their day 1 run of Miramar, and looking more like themselves right now with this massive chicken dinner, delivering them 15 over elimination points in this span of a round, and it can only get better from here on for the Hellhounds of Vietnam.
Absolutely wild stuff. Took them a while to start stacking up their kill points. Once they got onto that hilltop, cleared out eArena, there was no stopping them from that point forward. But it's a zone that really worked out in favor of the teams that did tend to play towards the southern side, all things considered. R8 had a very solid position to try and hold on to until the zone shifted away from their warehouse. Then Yeah, they're scrapping on the edge of the fields, just trying to hunker down below the ridge to stop themselves getting farmed by eArena and then by Cerberus up on the high ground above. But much better performance out of R8 as well. Team that typically likes to play heavily from the edge, but holding a central position working out in their favor, while the other teams on the edge just kept struggling. On the western side, it was constantly chasing the zone as it kept heading east further and further on every shift.
Yeah, we've taken notice about 6-7 teams were actually scrapping around the edges of the zone, where majority of them just had really tough time to even navigate all across the map with all these tough ridges for them to even drive towards, and some of them were being forced to even go on foot. So TDT, as much as they got taken out somewhere in between, they did manage to get some strong trades by knocking out the rest of Daytrade, and it was a tough situation for Daytrade to even come up with any form of response. While HAPPIE Squad, they had those high grounds, but they didn't manage to hold for long enough up against the rest of BRU, who managed to actually squeeze past with, of course, their heroics with one member remaining. But that was the battle. eArena, if they managed to hold for much longer up against Cerberus Esports, this could have actually been their game to take, but they were more fixated on taking out squads like FW Esports, and then eventually they didn't manage to get those angles up against the rest of Cerberus Esports.
I'm not sure Master going for the jump shot with the P90 was the correct play, but whatever, it works. Riz did manage to make it into at least one placement point for Buriram. eArena, that scouting play from Lyrix in the glider, finding themselves the high ground, but just could not defend against the onslaught of Cerberus, coming to reclaim their territory, reclaim their spot higher up in the standings, and remind everyone that actually, yes, GPT or not, Cerberus is still a PGC champion, and Sololzi has a DBS in his hand. Good luck defending against that.
Yeah, we get to actually get a glimpse of this DBS action inside the bounce as well. And first, so far, it's just decisive strikes that came true for the side of Cerberus Esports. Though the fight against Konaxi was a little bit difficult for Haisaki, but they just got just about enough members to eventually clear everybody else in the lobby to secure this top spot for our first game of our Saturday run. So all that added up, we can see that it's been a full team effort coming out of what seemed to be their best performance here in Miramar.
And I seem to recall yesterday that there was a couple of players who had around 900 damage for NKT, but only 2 kills. This is absolute robbery from Cerberus Esports. 1,300 damage, 15 total kills. Once they claimed that high ground spot away from eArena, they were stealing everything that was happening down in that field. Imkudi in particular was a very naughty little thief, but it was enough to get him MVP for the match with 6 kills, 34% of his team's points contribution with just 448 damage. That is efficiency. Only 2 knocks of his own, so just stealing away points from everyone else. Outrageous.
Wow. Yeah, pretty outrageous. Now that you actually pointed out, even the one with the lowest kill score was like, what, 100 damage with like 2 points. Yeah. Like, you're just really snatching everybody off of the field so far. Of course, Imkadi, or some may call him Duckma in reverse. So he's been around for such a long time. His experience is absolutely showing for the rest of Cerberus Esports to eventually claim that top spot yet again. So other than that, we're looking at the rest of the field to be able to at least go for decent exchanges. The only one not really walking away with any points this time around is MGG, where we saw they were pretty much stuck between 2 different teams where they're on the lower side of the hills. It was just so difficult for that Vietnamese squad to actually get anything done this time around. Hopefully, a better luck heading into the next round of Miramar.
Well, it is at the very least one team out of Vietnam who's going to stake a claim higher up in the standings. It was looking pretty Thailand heavy. It still is, but now there's Cerberus in the mix, just 4 points behind NKT after a slightly slower start to day number 2 than eArena, who claim first place after having a little bit more of a successful first map for today, but nowhere near as successful as the 25-point leap that Cerberus has made all the way from 9th up into 3rd place, overtaking the likes of X-Men and Daytrade, but still looking pretty dominant for the Thailand series representatives so far. But teams like TDT, TTS starting to creep their way up as well.
Yeah, and I'm also pretty surprised that Roy Esports are still holding on to the top 8 spots overall, as they've always prioritized smart positioning throughout most of their run, whichever map that they do play on. And we saw them getting sandwiched in between. There was not much that they could actually do to even trade back. So we'll definitely want to see if we have more of these guys coming from Masters to still show maybe a little bit more of that aggressiveness, where we get a little bit glimpse coming in from Xavage men yesterday. Today, maybe not too much just yet. So hopefully they would be able to catch up with all these dominating Thai teams. And now on a rampaging run, the rest of the Vietnamese squad are starting to show their fangs right now.
Yeah, it's been a pretty, let's call it up and down start for a lot of teams. There has been no one who really stands out as being extremely consistent across day one. Every team has had pretty shams maps here and there. Even the teams that were at the top of the standings after day one didn't really have the best sort of times on Erangel in the early stages, but turned it around, came back looking good on Miramar. Cerberus was kind of the opposite way around, had a good Erangel, picked up a win on game number 2 on day one, and now this time around turn their fortune around on Miramar. Let's hope that it doesn't have the opposite effect where now their Erangel sucks later today, but it's still a promising start for them.
Yeah, and we're already seeing some of these guys probably taking a deep sigh of relief, where they're finally getting things going for them. So, of course, things are just going to get better from here on for some of these guys out there, including Buriram United, to start off the day here with quite a lot of all these kill points that they managed to garner, despite them really hugging by the corner of the zone. They're definitely playing a lot more proactive today, which is really good to see. So hopefully they will be rewarded by the tail end of their run.
Yeah, the success that they had in the Thailand series was in fragging. And they've been popping off for a little while in the frags, but so far we haven't really seen too much of it. A little glimpse of it in game number 1. 5 kill points on the board for Buriram United in that match. Let's see if they can continue that fortune as we head into our second Miramar of the day and our final Miramar of the day, almost at the halfway point of the play-in stages. And we'll see kind of how the leaderboard starts to shape up after the map following this one. That will be the halfway point.
Yeah, so far things have been looking pretty interesting on how we've had so many hardships that have thrown curveballs at the team, where they thought that, oh, this spot in the high ground, it looks very, very playable to farm those numbers. And sometimes they just really got to be thrown a huge curveball and re-rotate. And that's been the bane of many of all these teams out there. So hopefully things will be a little bit smoother for those who have been hoping to at least get a decent run moving into this mirror match, and then we'll hit on to the rest of the other rotations of maps to be played out.
Let's see something a little bit up towards the north, perhaps, in this game. We've been south a couple of times already in various different areas, but maybe something up maybe by water treatment. We did have the El Pozo game, so that one doesn't really count because who knows what goes on when you get one that was straight into a city. Dangerously close to having that again, but Los Leones was eventually shifted away from, which unfortunate for a team like Zen Esports, who had a couple of early losses. Had it gone into an urban ending, they might have got some points on the board. Right now, they're still looking for a chance at getting something. They're going to have to avoid any sort of early game scraps with TDT. That's going to be playing on their mind as we head into our second map of the day. It's going to be Miramar again, coming right up.
Cerberus Esports.
Well, that was a quick break, wasn't it?
Super fast indeed. And now we're back on track for even more high temperature action, I would call it, since it's always going to be summertime inside of Miramar. And looking at how things unfolded back in game 1, a lot of all these teams were just playing a lot more aggressively, getting into the field, where they understand that if they did not get that many points per round heading into the end of day 2, then day 3 will be an absolute struggle for them to make that top 8 cut. So hopefully everyone will get a little piece of something moving into this round of Miramar. Cerberus Esports so far looking super good. We'll see where exactly they dive right into, as they're definitely headed towards the direction of Picado. Should be uncontested for now, but plenty of these teams are actually moving towards the south side, since this fight path has started off from the north heading to the south.
Big spread for Buriram United around El Azahar, south of Truck Stop, that entire valley. If we get a zone in that area, I mean, hey, they had a zone yesterday, and we said, oh, this has to be a good game for them. It wasn't. So maybe they can get a bit of a better chance this time around. It's not directly on top of them, so maybe that will help. It has centered up just to the north of Hacienda, around the south side of water treatment. So plenty of options to get into some priority, even maybe high ground positions, and try and do a bit of a Cerberus, steal away all the knocks that you can see in a 5-mile radius around you, because those guys were thieving left, right, and center in game number 1.
Absolutely, and ask them, they will deliver. You get yourself that northern ending, and perhaps there's still an off chance that it pulls towards the Martin graveyard or even power grid, but we shall see later on. Speaking of which, MGG, they got some good leverage hitting into the early game as they start off inside of the areas of power grid or so. So they should have a decent time, whether if they even plan to hold off some of all the other players who's hoping to make the cut into the city areas of San Martin, or even somewhere throughout some course of the valley just by the edge of Hacienda. So we'll see what do they make good use of this form of advantage, as everyone's still starting off on that looting phase, while NKT, that isn't exactly the best of start for them, despite them initially plotting on to lurking around some teams. But what's this drive we had? So what? They're coming in with another crazy plan with the Panzer.
This is prioritizing zone position at all costs. They said, hey, I found a Panzer. If there's anyone in this compound, let's go kaboom his booty cheeks. Straightforward, and doesn't even have a vest or helmet. Doesn't matter. He has a Panzerfaust, so he can instantly get the trade regardless. So they've decided that that is enough for them to make a move straight towards the center of the zone. That plateau up towards the north, sort of north side of San Martin. Massive potential for late game circles in that area. No surprise that NKT is prioritizing this. This might be a nasty surprise for Upchen, though. If he steps out into the open, Nicel might just hear a footstep, open that door, and blast him.
Yeah, he's just waiting for the right timing. And almost every game we see them actually trolling upon the rest of Xavage. And instead, it's him who got caught out. Upchen, that headshot's ridiculous.
Nah, that is just rude, Upchen. You've ended this man's career before it even started. That is ridiculous. He gets the tags, a quick little reposition, reacts quickly, and then a naughty repeak. Just destroys Nicel. He had it. He had the trap set right there in the open, but the AK bounced a little too much, and Upchen, well, he put him in his place.
This man with his crazy reflexes. I mean, Nicel wasn't really moving too much to give him too much of a sound cue anyways, and he just snapped at him. I would definitely love to take a look at that again. But, of course, super unfortunate for Nicel. And Z Esports now has to work with Tree yet again. It's like, you know, back in game 1, they got a couple of things going for themselves, while Roy Esports is just driving past some of these members of R8 Esports, and we've got a couple of these players playing around the war tanks. Roy not going to be staying in there for far too long, as they will go for a 2-2 split to get a good hole across these field regions where they do expect a lot more vehicles to pass right through.
They're going to pull themselves up in a compound that, should we get the same amount of eastern hard shifts as we had in game number 1, would be pretty good positioning for them, but more than likely they're going to be playing from the edge, maybe within a zone or two. LZL forced out of his position by Eddie, who, I'm thinking back a couple of years, but Eddie has had some insane plays in this compound. He got a squad wipe with a Tommy gun once. That was nasty.
With Tommy?
Maybe he knows the reputation of the man who just pulled up on him, and he wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah. He better respect what they could actually bring to the table for sure. Basil is going to be at least A-okay with the rest of TTS being around the vicinity, while Udirt, he's going to be up over on the hillside, and it's going to be a little bit more scattered for the rest of 4TK to play over onto the top side of the hill, while Buriram United hoping for a catch still. They do get a good region of view looking towards the south side, but that's pretty much all to it. So rather early for them to actually get much to be done here, while the rest of Fort Tanker with a little bit more of the control over on the northern region. I guess that if it does hard shift towards their side, they can still hold on to that water treatment sector, where there's still plenty of all these other sectors of the valley that they could just get themselves a lot of all these potential pickoffs in the span of phase 3 onwards.
Fort Tanker really could do with all the help that they can possibly get if they do get an opportunity to sit down Riz or Master in that compound. If they play the roof a little bit too recklessly, those points could go a long way to starting to build something for Fort Tanker. They need something. They need anything at this point. 8 points behind Zen in 15th place as they sit all the way down towards the bottom end of the standings. It's not too far, again, still 23 points away from the top 8, so all of the teams are definitely still in contention with the amount of games that we have left to play, but getting left this far behind early on is worrying signs for the future. But thankfully for just about every other team in the lobby, they're keeping it near enough, pretty competitive, down as far as Windy Gaming in 13th. Only 10 points needed to break into the top 8. One big game, and that might just be enough. Sam Mass putting some shots from significant range. Can't even see who that is that he's shooting at from here. If we see any damage numbers pop up on the bottom of the screen, we know he's hit one.
Yeah. And of course, we want to see some of all these miraculous shots to connect, and then perhaps there should be a new category for, you know, all these rewards where we saw this one for the MVPs. I'm hoping that one day they add like Panzer kills to whoever gets the most of it.
Oh, please.
Give that guy $1,000, you know, like it's not that easy to land.
Don't encourage such behavior, please. Eagle Eyes is fine. Longest kill will take it. Hatsuat's already naked flying at people with Panzerfaust. We don't need to see more of that, surely.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, Martyr, what about that? Perhaps that's a little bit more fun.
Well, we'll hand that over to Tickleton, shall we?
Yeah. Nobody else takes the cake. Well, at least he's not playing in APAC. So still up for grabs for everyone. Not yet.
I mean, if Flood's playing in APAC, we can't rule anything out. The Australians might come back. It might be over for everyone. But hopefully not. True. Raze is going to just continue on his merry little journey for now with no Tiggleton blasting mortars at him from anywhere. Maybe if Luke 12 could come back to APAC as well, that would be doomed. Seeing that man not playing on 300 ping, he's already getting MVPs. Ugh, terrifying thoughts.
Yeah.
FW very thankful they don't have to deal with that.
Up to today, I just couldn't fathom like the level of commitment that some of all these Aussie pros have to actually endure. Like you were telling me that majority of them actually either scrim an NA or even play in the European server. Like that's 300 plus. It could be 500, it could be 900 for all I care, but they're still hitting shots. So I don't know how did they do it.
It's just things they got to do when the region gets deleted, unfortunately. Someone's getting deleted by this Groza eventually if TTS spots that this airdrop is here. Kind of useless to have an 8x in that scope, but hey, upgrade what's on your DMR as well. Double upgrades will take it, but only if they manage to spot that it's there. And with 20 seconds to go, if the zone does shift up towards the northwest, that western side of Hacienda is a pretty popular rotation route. There's a nice dip that just goes a little bit just along the eastern side of San Martin, wraps nicely up towards the north, so it'll be a bit risky if teams are starting to take that path, but that airdrop positioned nicely. It does head over towards the west, so surely TTS will spot that out as they make their move.
Yeah, still a pretty fair location for the rest of the pack to be able to still play around the area. The majority of the teams are already inbound, whereas a little bit of a tough drive for the side of WDG, but thankfully he's going to be fine without any other teams to be around the corner, so they'll still be in the right course for them to eventually make a dive through. But look at the rest of the scene. I think that there's definitely going to be a little bit more of the casualty happening over on the far west, where we have the regions of the valley where teams will still have to make it past into the corners of St. Martin. And that's just a really scary thought for certain names like what I do believe to be FW Esports, which didn't really help them at all that the past game. They really didn't get much done. So hopefully they'll be able to eventually sift past some of all these areas without much of a problem.
Yeah, maybe Rip could take some driving lessons from FW. They were wrapping so far around the edge of the zone. They must have had like 10,000 meters traveled each. A lot of that in vehicles, and hopefully none of them was spinning them around. But Rip, definitely, I mentioned OG of the game, second place in the Vietnam Series spring of 2020, all the way back then. And now he's come back. He didn't get second place in any racing championships, though, by the looks of things. Cerberus might do, though, as they race their way past the shots of FW, leaving them in the dust behind them. T-Doi, though, extraordinarily low as he creeps his way onto the northern side of San Martin.
Ooh, and now the feeds lining up with members of Happie Squad, happily firing upon these members of NKT and also 40K, who's right underneath the slum compounds. NKT got them all pretty much boxed in, so there's not going to be much of a repeat to be able to respond to the rest of NKT at the moment, as they got themselves pretty much locked into the areas of St. Martin as they try to actually resuscitate their fallen members. I believe that there's still going to be a lot of all these trading to be done. So for Tanker, beggars can't be choosers right now. They're just in the middle of nowhere.
You can kind of understand NKT's thought process in the early phase of this game. When you look at the zone shift we've had, the unplayables that will be shifted away on phase 4, that high ground plateau is going to pay massive dividends. But having Can send himself down into a compound down below, getting crashed on by 4 Tanker, even with third-partying shots from Happie Squad, not enough to keep him alive, prevent the revives coming through from 40K. That will be a loss that may come back to bite NKT a little bit when they're looking to stack up as many points as they can. Virtues, Zitua peeking through the window. Rip 113 lagging slightly behind the rest of his squad on the push. And Enut cleaning up Marcus as well makes this Windy Gaming game looking like it's coming to an end.
Yeah, and I'm just so surprised that so many of these teams have already flocked St. Martin so early on. And unfortunately, with the late entry coming in from WG, as there's still more troubles lying ahead. This time, it's Xavage Men that did manage to attack them from behind, while Z12 survives with only 4 HP. Just like that, shuts down the rest of Windy Gaming.
Clean peaks from the top window, clean peaks from the bottom floor as well. The zone has shifted directly on top of San Martin once again. TTS have a 2-2 split that they're going to have to consider regrouping. They're going to have to think about it real quick because Buriram is already sending it into their compound. Metal D is in the car to make a move over to regroup on the squad, but it might be too little too late. Dynasty almost taken out though. And if they can sit him down, that's a big trade. Dalziel just about gets the better of him in the 1 versus 1 in the compound as he pushes into the house alone. Any potential of a trade, and that might have been game over for TTS, but Dat Blue still holding the line. They're so low, but the last bullet's just not landing for Buriram.
Not at all, and Ruse is just joining a little too late to be part of this party, and he just gets tagged up. Ridiculous shots coming from Dat Blue, and all that's left to be done just to clear the final remains of BRU, as Nalti is already on the job, but he's absolutely getting zoned out by that Molotov. So it's just about buying just enough time, but I don't think that Master could actually hold out for far too long. Nates are already dropping right in as he's still trying to stay afloat, while TTS, once they have gotten everything pretty much recovered, they should be on the push.
Can almost hear those comms as Neil T pulls the pin on that nade and then gets body blocked by his teammate. Move! Get out of the way! Move! He's trying to get up there, toss that nade upstairs, blows the door off for Master, but he's got enough smokes to buy some time, but there's no support coming. All of his support has been taken out. Those guys have been playing a little too much TDM, where everyone has level 1 vest, level 1 helmet. They were just 1 bullet away from getting the knock on multiple occasions. They needed 1 more, but they just could not find it, and now the Tin Soldier make this push look extremely clean on the regroup. Buriram United, they were trying to make some sort of aggressive play to find a position in this zone, and it just has not worked in their favor.
Not at all. And right at this moment, TTS are also being sprayed by some of these members up over on the top side of the hill, and that is going to be the rest of Happie Squad, hoping to eventually push through if they do get any form of chance. But for now, the rest of Tin Soldiers are being held right back as Ia somehow does get a little bit of an angle through the window pane. Jacob is the one that actually shuts down Master, so I don't know, Chief. They kind of took a little too long, and eArena, they're happy to take that one.
I mean, they'll be more than happy with just holding on to their position, even if it means giving up their 2-2 split. Keeping 4 alive when your 2-man is getting breached is still a success, even if it does mean that eArena claims a bit of a position that they can backfill for free, and they do steal away a placement point as well. Oh, Zizzy, there's that airdrop crate. He spotted it out. There's actually another one just down towards the south, but he ain't going for that. He's not even going for this one. Boring. That Grozer is never getting picked up, is it?
Nah. Well, I really do hope to see them actually at least pick up the A time scope or something like that, but it's a little too risky, as we can see that the circle does pull into another urban ending inside of Miramar, this time, of course, inside of St. Martin. So the call for a majority of these teams to move quickly into the city was absolutely the right decision to do so. But that also leaves eArena just by the edge of it, so they will have to work their way around, but they're happy enough to be able to at least take control of certain high grounds coming in from the northern side.
It's almost like the zone machine knows what region this is. We do enjoy a good barrel spray out here in APAC, so it's giving us all the close range engagements that we could possibly ask for in all these urban endings that just keep popping up. Almost had one in the previous game, but shifted away from Los Leones. This time straight into San Martin we go. Still a bit of a potential that this might go maybe north and have a little bit more of a more open area zone, but there ain't going to be anyone to fill that space because all these teams in San Martin are going to be slaying one another if that shift does occur. Going to be slaying each other regardless, as Latte trying to hold the cross to prevent a revive coming through onto Ken's, but a little jump and 2D can get there just in time. Oh, did he spot a toe? No, didn't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, Tanadol, hold on.
Ooh,
wait a
what?
minute. What's going on here? Tiggleton has competition.
Yes, he does. That's a double knock. Where exactly are these guys? I mean, we didn't even get a glimpse of where exactly they're being positioned, but would be lovely if we actually get some replays in the highlights.
I think there's the little like power griddy electrical station north side of San Martin. That's where NKT has moved into. Daytrade backfilled them onto that high ground plateau, and Tanadol just kabooms them from miles away. Sits them both down. Okay. That airdrop ain't getting looted. That one is an unfortunate place for that to land.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna make a climb for it. Yeah, probably not. So he'll keep himself.
Gets a flush as well.
What? Another modder spray shot, and now he secures it. Okay.
Yes, sadly NKT was only a 3-man, so they couldn't get both of the revives at the same time. So in the duration that it took to get both revives, the full 20 seconds, another mortar comes flying through and lands and secures one of the knocks that Tanadol picked up. And now TDT making their way forward on emergency parachutes. eArena starting to swarm as well on the northern side. And it looks like TDT might be dropping, maybe they saw the vehicles, maybe looking to backfill on the eastern side where eArena came from. They spotted the warehouse, could go for the roof. It's a little bit exposed, and John ain't going to make it either way.
Yeah.
Need a Sapow.
Such a risky move, but I'm glad that the rest of TDT have been managing so far. What?
They all died. Okay, well, that's going to happen if you try to take an E-pick up into an urban zone where there's 100 players staring at you with DMRs. They've got pretty damn good at shooting people out of parachutes in the past year or two.
Yeah, I was about to also mention, hey, we haven't seen the single emergency pickup, and that's for really good reasons, right? As compared to El Pozo, at least you have a lot of different kind of high and low grounds to actually play around with, and the unplayable apartments over the top where you could just get some dot angles. But here inside St. Martin, it's all flat terrains where you can actually spot them moving from a couple miles away. So tough call. For a moment, I thought that TDT could actually have at least 2 members surviving, but they just got absolutely spotted out by the rest of HAPPIE squad. Speaking of which, they're still on the trade up against those members of Daytrade over on the hillside. And Daytrade now forced to make an advancement into the city as well. They still have those vehicles to actually drive right through, and I'm pretty sure that they're not thinking about those emergency pickups as well. There is definitely a couple of options available for them, but they will definitely have to wait since FW is over the south side. So they got to pick their poison, and they got to do it quick.
I mean, that sort of western side of the road that extends north a little bit, just over from where X-Men and Daytrade do have a bit of presence, might just be the option if Flash and Tanadol wrap their way around the high ground. They just have to dodge the shots from HAPPIE squad, and then they can regroup with Tigger and Belmoth. who have found some way to get into San Martin a little bit, but if it shifts anywhere else, it's going to be tough to try and make a push. 40k holding on to the brick building next door. That's going to be a difficult push to try and make, and they're going to be under pressure from all the other squads, particularly X-Men, who have one of the high ground compounds, the billboard building, so they can get some high ground in the urban zone themselves, and they have line of sight for days.
Oh, yeah, that definitely is a great spot for them to really get a lot of all these couple of attacks into whoever is hoping to hide inside the city, and hopefully some bonus points in between. Whereas Roy Esports now finding it really difficult to eventually look for that breach, and they also have to bypass the likes of TTS just by the outskirts, and they're just driving straight at the rest of NKT.
They're going forwards, and Hatsawat gets a chance to answer back. He ain't gonna let that opportunity slip. 2 knocks with no damage conceded. 1 headshot, though, does land from Evil Patrick's, and a grenade from Algenbots will secure the trade. And now it's down to Pody to try and hold the line. Algenbots has wrapped around the side. No shots coming into the back line as TTS are occupied, trying to take down another team, Roy Esports, on the side, but it does not matter. Algenbots survives for Happy Squad, cleans up NKT, but again, it's 3 players lost. Now all he can really do from this position is try to survive and outlast as grenades start to ring out elsewhere in San Martin.
Yeah, at least he's already got the northern section pretty much cleared out for himself. Well, Roy Esports, they've sit back for a little bit and now gets to at least navigate a little bit longer coming in from the far eastern part of the map. But now one gets a shot over onto Upchet, and now Teddy spots one as they manage to eventually nail down a couple of these members coming out of TDT as they will full commit into this edge of the zone. While Roy only has 2 members remaining, Teddy goes down, so it's all down to QiWA to save the day. Can he still pick the rest of these teammates up? And he's already receiving a couple attacks. Diesel goes to secure FPK, so this is still going to be a rough area to play out for Roy Esports.
I mean, that was a lineup for Diesel. He had the squad wipe there in his sights, but the revive came through at the exact right moment to just pop Edvy King right back up in front of QiWA and tank the bullets. But TTS have the time, have the space to make this push and clean them up for good. Edvy King back up again for a second time, straight down again, and they will be taken out. But Algenbots has spotted this push from his position up on the northwestern side where he just cleaned out NKT. This little trench does give line of sight towards there. So just dropping some smoke so they can grab Dalziel back up and then try to make a play to get into the warehouse. But Algenbots is going to be watching to try and catch them out as they make this move.
Yeah, super impressive stuff coming out of the members of TTS, especially from Metal D, to be able to nail down those 3 members of Roy Esports. While we go back into the standstill inside the city where everyone's just hugging by the corner of the wall, but Cerberus Esports, they are pretty close to the center, so they should be enjoying themselves if they were to have Circle to be pulling directly mid center. So it's still gonna be pretty tough. Tonke, he's cooking something with this mortar though. Where exactly is he gonna send it? Okay,
he's going for Algenbots by the looks of it. Exactly where NKT were getting bombarded before. And he's found himself a bit of a safe spot to do so from the far western side, just spraying these mortars out. Algenbots trying his best to survive.
I want to see where it lands, though. Well, that's already his 5th shot. Hopefully he actually gets a little something in return. While over on to the kindergarten, it seems like Latte gets caught out. Oh, boy. It's such a rough area to play out from. He's got barely enough cover. Zishan just looking around the classroom, and spot corner wall, he's already spotted out UNQ. He's already pulling on his belly. Not gonna be all too easy to spot him out, but if he actually makes a run now, we'll go in for that trade as Zishan does manage to find that catch.
It looked almost like UNQ might have survived when the first couple of bullets came through, didn't find the connection onto their target, but Zishuan does manage to take down UNQ. The smokes might just prevent him from going down, getting stolen, so we should get that kill credit. Lambao taken out as Raze and the rest of FW commit to trying to make this push. They're actually covering from the back line. Cerberus is nowhere near this close range engagement. It's Savior trying to hold the line as FW are making a play for his buildings. Oh, but he's got a shotgun. Oh, no.
Well, that's a little bit awkward of a scenario, but Savior, well, when you're bringing in a shotgun, you could absolutely confirm some of these numbers in all these tight quarters. Banana one, just trying to clear the sector with a couple of all these frags that he has in the bag while zigzag. He does expect to have X-Men to eventually go on the aggressive, so he's just holding by the doorway, and this might be a really good chance. Savior, despite him having his back pretty much over onto the corner wall, I guess he's not going to be making too much of a drastic movement for the time being, as he's just hoping to turtle right in. The rest of the FW Esports, I guess they will still be on the move because they don't feel all too safe but just by the edge of zone. They will have to wait for phase 7 to actually close up before they make drastic decisions right now. Savior just trying to protect himself with all these numbers of smoke, and he's still got 5 more left in tank for him to eventually make past some of all these streets. So it does get a little bit tense on how they will be able to keep themselves alive.
It's not where he wanted that smoke to go. That bounced back a little silly. And in fairness, if Saviour's bringing a shotgun, Sixax has a Panzerfaust, so that reduces the gameplay discrepancies heavily. Jacob, though, has a FAMAS, and that thing is going to continue shredding at close range as TTS walks straight into it, but both of the kills are confirmed by opposite sides of the road. Megvalos just trying to get whatever he can for R8. He does have the M249 in hand, so he's got plenty of bullets to try and find an avenue forwards. Jacob knocked again for maybe the 5th time this game. Megvalos has come stacked up with first aid, so he can heal behind this wall for a while. Maybe wait for eArena to be forced out of this spot by the blue zone. But Megvalos doesn't get the timing quite right and does go down to the zone. Canaxi, last man standing. Savior down. Rays around the opposite side. Panzerfaust not even used, but he's lacking in ammunition. Might need to grab some bullets off one of those bodies if he gets the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, it's just a very straightforward affair coming from the side of FW Esports. And so far, Ray's pretty on point with that form of push. And now Banana One's trying to actually stand toe to toe, dropping a couple of all these bombshells into the street. Salty! Oh, the pass is straight to the face of Canaxi. Absolutely got him shook right through the doorways. Okay, well, that's a little too much. Cerberus. An overkill.
Yeah, I mean, they know what they're doing. They come equipped with S12Ks, Panzerfausts. They're here for urban endings. And even though Canaxi had one, unfortunately, cannot defeat the Panzerfaust with an S12K. Tigger still lurking. I don't know what possessed him to get into this position, but ever since he got in, he's just been proning there, staring at the wall. How Daytrade have 2 FAMASs is pretty illegal, but they're going to have to put them to use to defend against the push over the road from FW, but they're still holding off their opposite backline. MQD's been spotted. They have shotguns. They can't really fight back from this range.
Yeah, it's just a very, very difficult place to be. Whereas Cerberus Esports, they've been trading back and forth and now dropping those grenades over onto the rest of these members of eArena, as the rest of eArena is being pretty much bottled up with 4 tanker also raining on that parade. Oh, tough one for the rest of eArena to even come up with any form of idea to get out of the rut.
Yeah, who needs DMRs when you could just throw grenades across the road and kill people from range regardless? The 3x on the AUG as well, trying to keep the last man standing, Norin's head down. That's a dangerous man to be left alive for eArena. Practically wiped out 2 squads by himself in our latest urban zone in El Pozo in yesterday's matches. Salorzi, he's taken a lot of blue zone damage, but he's got to find a new avenue of attack. Going out on the northern side of that building would have got him slain instantly, even not by Norins, maybe 40k holding the angle, but Norins now gets a bit of an opportunity to make some sort of play happen. Doesn't land the grenades where they quite need to be, and he might just spot out HAPPIE through the doorway. He does, but the bullets don't connect.
Oh boy, he's barely got enough cover. Now he's just hugging by the corner wall, but he still knocks out HAPPIE. Ridiculous work rate despite him falling flat, but that was still an attempt whatsoever coming from Norins, and he still poses a threat. Now we're only down to the top 5, and somehow Daytrade and MGG, they still have all 4 on board.
Just about, they do. MQD got that spray down from range with the FAMAS to take out Norins and secure it. It's the teams that hold on to the buildings that the zone has favored for phase 9. This one's going all the way to the super late stages of the game. If MQD and Salorzi could make their way forwards, those shotguns could come into big effect. And Sixac is still holding on to that Panzerfaust. Zitua, though, is going to do all he can to prevent his previous teammates of Cerberus from getting anywhere close to this endgame.
Now Daytrade is here to play. They are getting a lot more confidence to be able to close up some of the fights around their vicinity to knock down QiWA as well. Tiger does actually get that trade up against Udirt while they're starting to actually bring those FAMAs into play. We're spotted out that member of FW Esports and also Banana just by the corner of the wall. So Tiger kind of got his hands pretty much super busy up against the rest of FW Esports. And just like that, now 6-sack.
Who needs a Panzerfaust? Tigger's got thumbs. He just pre-aims the window, deletes him as soon as he makes the peek, and FW now scrambling, but the grenades from Daytrade are on point, breaking through the window peaks of MGG as both the Academy grads of TE and Cerberus are taken out, Ninja 2K and Zitua, but the room is smoked up heavily, looking like Snoop Dogg's apartment in there as Enod tries to make his way up there and grab a revive while they can, but Daytrade is making the push forwards, but they found FW, and FW sent straight back to lobby.
Daytrade absolutely popped off in that one. Now 11 points and potentially even closing out with a total of 14. What could MGG come up in the form of response? Those nades may not be perfect, but they know that they're all shacked right into this trap. But we take her down. A chance for 5-6, 5-7, and perhaps he could actually pull this one over the top. And now this is going to be the big turnaround to close it out up against the rest of Daytrade.
They need the flashbangs. The blue zone's coming. Enot's using his jammer pack, trying to buy some time. Belmoth holding the angle from prone. And MGG do all they can to try and turn it around. But the captain of Daytrade Gaming, the man who was named IGL, who's turned into such a prominent fragger for this team ever since that day that Puccio's left, he gets it over the line for Daytrade Gaming. Oh man, heart in mouth moment. It looked like Daytrade was about to throw it. Belmoth drags them over the line, kicking and screaming.
Honestly, I thought it was over. My jaw just dropped in that very final second of that play because for that moment, he was so ready where MG Gaming was hoping to take that leap of faith with a shot mid-air, but you saw that last second flash as well, which absolutely got him blinded. So Belmoth with the clutch, absolutely astounding. We love to see it. And Daytrade, they are back here, baby, with the chicken dinner.
Well, fair play to MGG. They put up one hell of a battle. They were hemmed in, boxed in, surrounded completely on all fronts. They found the one window where they could hop out and get a double peek onto Flash, and then as Tigger and Tanadol tried to reposition, they both got outgunned, leaving it down to just the one man of Belmoth. But Belmoth's form recently has been absolutely outstanding, and he proves it there. Proning in the middle of the road, holds the angle, secures a much-needed win for Daytrade. That's going to put them right up towards the top end of the standings, and it's in such awkward fashion as well. An urban ending zone is always difficult. The way that they're even able to make a late entrance into the city, to fight their way through towards where 40k was holding on, and then get over the road in the later stages from just clean shots from Tigger with the FAMAS, clean grenade usage to clean up Zitua from the window. So well played, and so close to losing it. Just about getting there at the end.
Went down to the wire with a 1 versus 1. Not that I actually expect MG Gaming to be able to formulate any form of response, because we saw they were all pretty much boxed into the department. Like you said, it almost looked like Snoop Dogg's place overall, but somehow they kind of managed to trade right back, and they really put up such a strong fight. And we saw how desperate of a situation that Roy Esports was in. It wasn't just them, where we also get a glimpse of NKT to even try to hold on, and then all these teams on the outskirts who made that late entry into St. Martin just got clipped out. So it was barely any form of chance, where they just really have to scrap for whatever points possible. But inside the city, we see massive runs coming in from even Xavage men to be able to at least get quite a number of points by just farming out some of these numbers. And then you have even the likes of eArena with Lawrence's last stand. Super impressive.
It really is just such a SpongeBob type burger flip on when we got one of these urban endings. It's if you're in the city and the zone shifts away, you are cooked. If you're outside the city and the zone shifts into the city, you are equally cooked. There's just not really any way to make the correct call. Maybe playing the edges of the city is the best of both worlds, but then you're not really gaining all the benefits, reaping the rewards, unless your name is Daytrade Gaming, who made a late entry into the city, fought their way forwards, somehow kept 4 alive through all of it, which is outrageous in its own right. And then at the end, when 5-6, 5-7 and eNOT did all they could to try and pick up the win for MG Gaming, Belmoth denies. Prone, clean little spray, eNOT dropping off from the heavens above and sent straight back.
Yeah, what a crazy battle. And in a sense, I'm glad that it's over, because that crescendo of an ending was just a little too much on what Belmoth has done to that poor man up over on the rooftop. So, of course, that being said, I think he's undeniably the player that has been able to bring not only the chicken dinner, but plenty of points back to the hands of Daytrade. Here with 6 kills and 600 over damage, they're absolutely on the work. But Theerathon, though, remember he was sending all those mortars and he's hitting almost a couple of teams? That's 891 damage just by himself.
Yeah, remember when Duckmai in the previous game had 6 kills with like half of that damage? Unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes, but just equally unbelievable performance from Belmoth at the end to drag his team over the line. Sometimes these fights for Daytrade, they start off looking good and then things fumble. It's almost like what we saw in game number 1 with the fight when they pushed into 4 tanker. Tanadol got 3 knocks and then it get dragged down to a 1 versus 2. And it looked like they might be slipping and losing hold, but then the cavalry arrives and the job is done. And this man was very much the reason why Daytrade's logos are all over our screen at the end of this game with the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, really got to commend them for their effective utility usage throughout the span of the round, where you saw how many teams were just, randomly lobbing grenades as well as all these smokes all across the field. And sometimes it gets the job done, and most other times it's just merely a miss. But Daytrade doesn't seem like they're missing all too much, as they're definitely hitting the mark here with a total of a staggering 24 points to close off this round.
Impressive stuff for sure. One team that has gone a little bit missing today, if we are to look at today's stats, TDT haven't really been able to find all that much success so far in today's matches. And that emergency parachute might be a bit of a reason why they are currently being knocked out of the top 8 positions. MGG climbing their way in with almost a clutch win, but it's a huge clutch from Daytrade. It's enough to get them up over by a single point, waving goodbye to ex-teammate Norin's way down there below them on 73 points with 1 extra kill. But now it's looking like another contender for Thailand, getting even more of a gap towards the top end of the standings.
It's crazy that we started off the day with a tie from NKT as well as eArena, and now it's going to be Daytrade that also comes up with their own response to just overtake with that 1-pointer out there. And then you look at the rest of these teams who are hanging around the 40-point mark. It just could be anybody right now, since that TDT kind of slipped up in these 2 matches of Miramar. So they definitely need to continue to push through with a little bit more, or else TDT, they're not going to make it to the top 8. Maybe it's too early for me to say that, since we still have more than half of the circuit to conclude this play-ins overall. But even the likes of HAPPIE Squad, R8, they've been having some really good runs in all these Miramar rounds, so they should start having some worries on their end.
Yeah, I might say it's too early to rule really anybody out, but it's definitely not too early to start looking for warning signs. The fact that TDT, it's 1 point differential between 8th and 9th place, and it honestly might stay that way all the way till the very end. So you got to make sure that you are one of the teams that has at least like 10 points above the cutoff point if you want any sense of comfort, and maybe that's not even enough coming into the final game. So they do need to start stacking some things up in their favor, the way that Cerberus and Daytrade have done on Miramar today. Both teams getting themselves a win, getting up towards the top end of the leaderboards, and we'll see who's able to make that a reality when we head into Taego.
Yeah, Taego's going to be pretty interesting on how it actually plays out. The last we saw out of Taego, it seems like some of these guys have been able to at least come up with some massive plans to actually get some good spot. And what you're grabbing it back though? Ooh, yeah. Wow, you got it all prepared.
Look at him. Wait, where's Belmoth? There he is. That's my boy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Captain Belmoth got them over the line. We're not biased out here, of course. We will be happy for any team to win. But Daytrade, I mean, XGPT, always would be good to see them back on the global scene.
I don't know if you got that pretty much planted over on the cupboards since the start of the day, or did you just grab it out of the...
I was just waiting for them to get a win, man. They keep not winning.
You manifested and it happened. So kudos to you, Saga. Well, I do have some PUBG merch coming in from some of the teams, but I don't think it applies to this region, unfortunately, where, yeah, it's got some stuff coming from Falcons, Project Core Road or so, but hey, hopefully they're doing pretty well on their own respective circuit. But yeah, it's fantastic to see. Daytrade, every fan from Thailand definitely have been waiting for this big fat victory from them.
Well, if we're manifesting things, I'll go grab my Fury jersey and see if we can get the boys back together, and then maybe we will get some OCE action. And maybe we'll wait for that. We got some coming up in the grand finals, and it's looking like Daytrade, Cerberus, NKT, all teams that are lining up to get to that stage to face off against teams. Some of you may have played for Fury before in the past, a couple of them, but I mean, it's going to be real tough. So it's good to see that some of the teams that we expect to come out strong, who maybe lacked a little bit of that oomph in day number one, particularly the two previous ex-global partner teams of Cerberus and Daytrade, have come out saying, actually, we are still some of the best in the region. We just got to remind everyone to make sure that they don't forget it.
Yeah, and I guess that round itself is definitely a statement, as Belmoth absolutely given everybody a little bit of a masterclass on how to handle sticky situations through the streets. And well, if you're going up against him, you better be prepared for some of all these late game flashes. And now moving into Tego, I guess we've already got some water explosives coming in for our Miramar endings, and expect even more moving into this match.
Well, there's a lot of teams who, if they look back and reflect on yesterday's performance, will look at their Tego and say, we expect more from today, because everybody sucked on Tego except for eArena, who got 28 points in yesterday's Tego matches. That's almost 50% of their total points, and a big reason why they ended up tied in first place with NKT. They have still shown a little bit that they are capable of maintaining that position up towards the top end of the standings, but nothing like an 18-kill win from them or anyone else so far. Cerberus came close with a 15-kill win, but that 28 points is a massive, massive outlier. And these wildcard maps really mean that could happen in anyone's favor. Just imagine what 25 points would do to the standings if it was a team like Windy Gaming, like R8, like Buriram. Suddenly those teams that are looking nice and safe and comfortable around 6th place, they're going to start sweating.
Yeah, absolutely. And only one could actually dream to actually get that super healthy injection of points to get themselves out from the gutter. So overall, even the name like BRU could still pull this kind of runs, where I remember back in the past season where they got themselves a GOT compound to work maybe just around the outskirts of Hosan and have a similar trait, just like how eArena did. And I think of all the names out there, BRU is definitely one of them who are hoping that this time it might just be them. But of course, we shall find out, as we're going to be moving into our Turk map of day 2.
We've got the dusty dunes, we've got the grassy pastures, and now we've got Korea. Onto Tego we go for map number 3 of the day. Again, a flight path that hints significantly we might be seeing some Northwestern Island gameplay in action, although Island is maybe a bit of an understatement for the size of this piece of landmass. It's not like a military island, or definitely nothing like a Miramar Island. This thing makes up for almost a third of the playable area on Tego itself, so wouldn't be all too surprised if we did get a zone up in that area, but it's not too uncommon at all to have the river play a huge part in teams' decision-making. Just the fact that it lurks around and lingers and sticks around in the zone so damn long makes it really hard for teams to decide whether they want to commit to the north or the south. And eventually, when it makes itself clear where it's going to end, then there's a mad rush for very limited positions. So those teams They do like to drop close around to the river crossings. We'll have that in their back pocket. But first of all, we hinted yesterday, Windy Gaming and Happy Squad both claiming Palace in their regionals. And right now, they're scrapping for it.
Yeah, I've been fixating my eyes onto that particular spot, and it looks to me that WDG, they did get themselves that first dip with T-Doi landing first and foremost, and then Happy Squad to join alongside. But by now, it's going to be a standstill. And look at that circle appearing all the way down south. So that's going to be happy news for NKT, and maybe not so much for these guys out of Windy and Happy Squad, which they got to wrap up this fight quickly and then be on the road for a long run.
Algin bots, I mean, they know for sure that there are other players lurking around, but they're not getting overly aggressive. They're not wanting to be the team to push too far forwards. This is the exact opposite of how all these players play this when they're playing ranked games, where they sprint at everyone that they could see. They pick up like a scorpion and say, that'll do, let's go get some frags on the board. Now everyone's holding angles, cautious, patient, and it pays off because they find angles onto T-Doi, a headshot from range with the barrel, and oh no, Kalbs has a Panzerfaust.
Ooh, pretty scary though. And of course, for Happy Squad, those runs inside Miramar has been pretty fruitful for themselves as they managed to get plenty of points. Still having the DNAs of Archangel Predator, as we of course have Patrick and LGN and bots to be part of the roster for so many years altogether. Despite not having CJ18 to be part of this roster, it seems like Tentrip as well as IA have so far filled the gap in order to really pile on the pressure on all the other teams in the lobby. But now, in this situation against WDG, I wonder what's going to be the call here, whether if they want to eventually choke out the rest of Windy, as T-Doi has already spotted some movement coming from the side of Algin bots with a Dragunov in hand.
Now, I would love to hear it, but I highly would not recommend that our observers turn on the in-game voice chat, because Kalbs, while his team is down in 11th place, he is a world champion smack talker. So if that Panzerfaust connects onto anyone, he's going to be saying some choice words in the in-game chat for sure. Maybe we're not going to be able to hear that. But Cerberus sniff out a hot drop nearby to them, and in classic Cerberus fashion, they look for third-party opportunities. Zone's nowhere to be found. It's not like they're getting any zone priority anyway, so maybe just lurking to try and see if they can grab a point or two out of this. Lambao doesn't spot anything immediate that he can pick up a nice early point like he did on Miramar. Well, they're just going to head back and not take the risk.
Yeah. I guess they're better off to be moving out and about than to just be stuck right here inside Palace, though. Well, for now, even if they could actually find a vehicle, you would expect Happy Squad to perhaps go in for a little bit of a goose chase. But they're happy to at least stay around for a little bit longer, and perhaps this lurk could be pretty fruitful for Rip113, who's cutting pretty closely, and if he's lucky enough, he should be able to spot out Ia. So far, no casualties across the quarter. Tentrip still holding on to that Panzer. He's only got one shot. I guess you could say he did not miss that chance to blow at the same time. But
nice. Great little reference.
Yeah.
One opportunity. Mom's Spaghetti. And they've got two Panzerfausts as well, so that's 2 free kills they get if Windy Gaming step up to the plate to contest. They're going to get absolutely rolled over if those land, but for now it's just the sprays from range still. Windy looked as though they were considering just disengaging entirely, going for the vehicle spawn and just heading elsewhere. They've got a long way to go to get into the zone. Their meds suck. Their loot's not going to be perfect because they've been holding on to angles rather than grabbing whatever they can find around this area, not wanting to get caught off. Hold on, does Rip have a gap in the wall there that he's peeking through? Because that's so illegal.
Yeah, I think so too.
Holy. All right, dang.
Just a little too cheeky, and you just gotta pull whatever you could get out of this kind of situation. And Palace is a place to hot drop to share loot. It's not really the best. Oh, there we go.
Panzerfaust's gonna come out. Oh, Evil Patrick with the trade. He doesn't even need the Panzerfaust. Marcus was lurking on the rooftop. Tentrip peeks into him, takes a couple of bullets, but it's not enough. Rip, though, does answer back with a grenade of his own and evens up the numbers.
Wow. Too close of a call, and like just in the nick of time, they've been able to at least go in for that decent trade now. Happy Squad on that reset. Marcus is also being pretty much picked up. 6789 could actually cut close as well, but I think that some of these angles are being choked out, especially when you have IA holding up the northern terrains. So it is going to be a tough situation, as you can see that WDG might just actually spread themselves a little too thin.
Enormous flank from IA all the way up north, and Evil Patrick, even with a red dot, getting a huge spray onto 6789. Grenade does land, takes Marcus out. Algenbot's now committing to the push forward with more utility to burn. He does get tagged up, but he's got the 3 vest. It's going to keep him alive for now. The grenade secures the flush onto Marcus, and IA pushing forward, getting more involved in the fight.
Yeah, slowly clearing down these numbers, and oh, Patrick yet again gets to knock over onto Rip, and slowly and steadily the rest of Happy Squad is going to take over the control, chasing over onto the corners of the wall, and still hoping to at least catch some of these members of Happy Squad, because they understand they've got nowhere else to run. So might as well just fully commit and hopefully pull off maybe an extra 2 pointers or so. We're still bleeding out. There's no way to actually get him Seda unless if they do get the double knocks and then cut right through. A little bit too hopeful to even think about that at this moment, as Evil Patrick now with a wide flank gets the angle up against Tito, and just like that, getting exchanged, Patrick goes down.
The red dot spray just not connecting. They're both so unbelievably low. The Panzerfaust misses from Aya. That could have been a knock that turned the tide of this fight, could have changed everything, but Algenbots does finally get another headshot on towards Tidoy, and now 6789's got the pumpy. He's going to try and hunt down Calbs. He disappears behind the wall, gets one pumped anyway. He's going to get flushed, and there's going to be the world champion smack talk coming through. But 6789 still has work left to be done. They're not getting too close at all when that Panzer or shotgun is in play.
Look at the damage he's been putting out though on this S18. Oh boy. I guess that double peek was a little too much, and Happy Squad still walks away with all the 4 points, but now losing IA in the process wasn't really the best case scenario. But take a look at Master moving around with the glider, already getting a couple of strange shots moving around him, so he has to pull all the way back. So Major Tom to ground control, I guess they definitely do have a sticky situation at hand.
Well, there we have it. An early game where we actually get to see some fighting. Something to do for 8 minutes of the game. Now we take a look at where everyone else has ended up after their rotations, as Master still looking, scouting around for information. Zen Esports trying to put some bullets towards it. Just get a couple of tags on towards the glider, but those things are hard to shoot. You've got to judge the distance, the velocity, the height, and you've got no frame of reference to see where your bullets are going. You just got to sort of get used to it, I guess. Nicel. Oh, man. I mean, best way to do it is just have like 4 M249s and just spray them until they explode. And even that doesn't kill the guy. He can just hop out. That's so annoying. Man, I hate having to fight gliders. But Nicel survives, as Master just using it for information for the time being.
Yeah. Zen Esports could just hug tight for now. Meanwhile, the rest of DRU, with all that intel that they're actually getting, they could definitely plot something up in response eventually once they have the guy on the glider landing, or perhaps he just does a flyby towards some of all these teams. So as we are taking a look at the minimap, we're not even getting a full glimpse of like almost half of it. So at least majority of people are already in.
It is.
Yeah,
it looks that way, we assume. Over towards the southeastern side of the zone. Cerberus just about in on what is now the northwestern edge of play. Eyes towards Daytrade. Flash just low speed, moving the vehicle. Lambao takes a couple of shots, but does not land the headshots that he needs. And Cerberus going to look to make a little bit of a move to dive slightly deeper in towards the zone, or at least double down on their hold, maybe anticipating some pressure to come through from Daytrade now that their position is known.
Yeah, perhaps for now they will just double down for the moment. FW on that rotation, trailing right behind R8 Esports. Perhaps they are hoping to cook one of these guys out there. Definitely they want to be a little bit safer, as R8 goes in for the push. Poldy quick to respond, as they will eventually be brought down. 2 members quickly taken out, while Hatsuwa holds down the line, secures those 2 pointers. 1 in the hands of Poldy as well. While Lucky J on the other quarter has also spotted members coming from the side of TTS as everybody's getting their hands super busy. And here comes the Panzer Fouls weighing in, and oh my goodness, it's straight to the knees of Megaloss.
Oh, yeah, Contra is going to PayPal Can $1,000. He said so in the game before for getting that Panzerfaust kill. Huge stuff. NKT holding on with aggression and a little bit of foresight to anticipate that that's the side they're going to breach into. That's what hopping out of the window as well to secure their kill with Zen lurking, looking for third-partying shots. But Xavage men now caught as Upchen taken out, trying to make a bit of a rotation, but TTS lurking in the dips. It's one down on either side. Whether or not this fight will actually continue or whether there will be an attempt at a disengage from either side. Metal D's trying to make that impossible for X-Men, popping the tires and now popping shots into Savior as well.
Tough day in the fields though. Still a lot of room to cover. While this is going to be an uphill battle from Blue as he's slowly making that push, hoping to open more avenues of angles for the rest of the Tin Soldier to shut down the rest of Savage Man completely, as Nalty managing to nail one through the corners. Not even sure how he actually gets that perfect glimpse, but Lucky J definitely needed some helping hand, but the rest of Savage Man is nowhere close to him at all. Now, a couple of all these stuns or even flashes to be pop over onto offer, and you expect Nalty to close right in.
Gonna push forward, but he is alone. Blue is making his way over in the vehicle. I don't think that Oliver's position has been spotted, and Neil T is going to put some shots in towards Savior. He was completely caught off guard, but not caught out with the knock, and Blue now makes his way over to support. Savior can do nothing as the peek around the side sees Oliver fall, and Savior, no vehicles around. He's on foot, making a move, trying to exfil, but he's still being tagged down by Metal D from range, and Blue is hunting.
This is one deadly duo. That 1-2 punch coming in with Blue's coverage makes it almost impossible for Savage Men to even try to even trade right back. Savage Men just gotta make a run for it, and now it's only down to Savior hoping to get some cover through the rocks, and now Nalty's also bleeding out by the Blue, hoping to trade, but it's gonna be pulled back. Savior still goes down, so they still eventually going for a rescue. Nalty definitely done the number out there.
Tigger caught him as he peeked up over the hill, and now look at Belmoth. He's sprinting out into the blue zone to see if he can find any angles up over this hilltop ridge to try and get the re-knock, secure the flush, get the point. Doesn't find anything, so he's going to head back, but the Tin Soldier have committed themselves heavily to cleaning up X-Men. Those two cars are out of action for a while. They seem a little occupied, and one of them is upside down with no tires. Bit rough. 40k trying to find a way into the zone. Enut's on the wrong side of the roof, though. It takes a big chunk of damage and has to drop down. 40k just going to commit to this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be 5-6-5-7 to be able to clear out this area. And now getting visit from the back and quickly responded as well with the 180 flick onto Jiatin. MG Gaming still on the roll after getting that top 2 finish in Miramar. And they just got such a good hold of this compound so far. 40k slowly getting down. They also do spot some of these players over on the hillside. So tough space to be. They just gotta ensure that they keep themselves alive for the time being.
It's going to be tough for a lot of these teams. Roy Esports getting caught out by eArena as well, losing players. eArena took an emergency parachute early on, all the way from Haymusar, as far northwest as they can possibly get, all the way to the southwest, and now they get the chance to hold out teams who have made the wrap with vehicles, as the zone has shifted slightly away from the eastern edge. Puts a little bit of space between the edge of the map and the playable space, and between Roy Esports and safety lies eArena. That's tough competition to try and make their way through, but MG Gaming, a good successful hold. As Four Tanker have had to try and find an alternative way to get into the zone. Neil T still losing out. Man, TTS just getting caught out when they tried to make their way forwards. They've been committed to that fight for so long. Their vehicles are in shambles. Now so are they.
Yeah, it's just so tough out there with this super southern-centric type of passage for them to traverse upon. Whereas another catch coming in from TDT as they managed to nail down the King in the midst of that rotation. I'm not going to be able to actually get just about enough safety space for him to land. Even Wong F hoping to even find and perhaps this rotating members of HAPPIE Squad to be over on the top side of the hill, so they will definitely expect a whole lot more visitors around this sector. But this is absolutely playable, as there's plenty of creases for some of these guys to even play over in natural terrain, and a couple of containers and crates for them to actually hide out. So decent enough cover for the time being.
And we're going to see how much of an impact Hospital will have on this zone. It's a newly updated area. Used to be the movie production studio, but Buriram just exploring some of the sites on the updated area. Zen Esports will hold on to a nice compound on the northern edge, and they get an opportunity where they were already third-partying towards NKT in Ohyang, which is shifted away from. We've gone straight south. The remaining members of 4 Tanker, those who didn't fall down to MGG, have got themselves a nice central position on the Phase 4 shift. MG Gaming, though, who did deal the damage to their teammates, took 2 of them out earlier on, and now under pressure from up above as FW hold the hill line that they have to try and make a push towards.
Yeah, the rest of FW Esports hoping to push through, and I don't think that there's much time for them to actually go for rescues. But Zenith goes ahead to trade right back up against Tonke, but he's already outside of the zone, slowly bleeding out, and there's just tough luck for the side of MGG, who's only got that one player still remaining 5'6", 5'7", or should I say there's actually more. It's just that they're pretty much low on health at the moment. Pretty much bunched up over onto the northern quarter. Those mortars are also flying right in, and perfect shots connecting. It's Razy almost missing mark. Only a tick of a little health left for the side of 5'6", but he gets the job done. Razy pins him down. The rest of MGG, they're just gonna full send it onto another sector, while Ninja 2K hoping to make the cut, as he will survive to bring these names up. But his tires pop, and so does he. And oh boy, Z12, what HP and a dream, he's gonna be able to make it out alive.
So close, so close. No, he isn't. Hatsawat cleans him up. Didn't take much from Hatsawat. Could have spat on him and he would have gone down from the amount of damage Raze dealt. But that is officially more players dead in Phase 4 than we had in Phase 7 of the previous Miramar game. There was a higher number of players left standing 30 minutes into game number 2, as there is 18 minutes into game 3. A classic urban ending on Miramar in San Martin. This one, well, we don't really get urban endings too much in Tego. It's all fields, it's all wide open spaces, it's all fights on rotations. TTS has been the victim. They will be the victim once again as NKT make their push out from Ohyang down south. They find a straggler, they find one lurking, but Daytrade, hearing those shots, they know that pressure's coming from the northern side. They're set up well to deal with it, but Can has crept his way out into the blue zone. He might have line of sight onto Flash. He's looking for the angle, but in the vehicle he gets just in time. The spray not landing for Tanadol. He takes a big chunk of damage from the NKT IGL, who's out in the blue zone, tanking himself. But Hatsuwat on the drive-by cleans up Flash, finds a way to get into the zone for him and his squad. Oh my god, Belmont, what is this?
What? And once again, he is just showing off what he's got coming in from that big victory that they had. And the rest of these Daytrade members, they were just flushing them throughout Daytrade. Wow. They were just starting to get a little bit more active, but that position was a little tough to manage.
I mean, if he pulled it off, that would have been sick. He just accidentally kick-flipped his vehicle over the top of the rock, went flying over. I'm pretty sure he wasn't supposed to do that because it did get him killed. Cerberus very happy just to sit back and third-party all of those shots, cleaning up 2 kill points for themselves. And now NKT 8 kills on the game. So again, they won't be leaving empty-handed. But between himself and Tigger, there is not much that either of them can do to get into this zone. Can's going to try and loot a couple more first aids to survive long enough to maybe get an opportunity. But Tigger will not be forgetting there's still a solo out there for him to clean up, and he wants that kill.
Indeed. Still 4 more packs of first aid for him to outlast the blue zone. Probably don't want to take too long before he actually goes in for the exchange with Tigger, while we're also still having a HAPPIE Squad to be able to get a firm control over onto the southern portion of the map. keeping their eyes locked in up against the rest of Cerberus Esports, as Cerberus have yet to make any form of advancement, but they definitely will have to do so as they're starting to leave from that compound. But Fortanker's looking up, and this will be an exchange where they're springing onto Evil Patrick, but the full clip does not really hit the mark just yet. Evil Patrick survives as the rest of Happy Squad, they're preoccupied trying to take down the rest of Cerberus Esports on the approach, but they forgot about HAPPIE, who's slowly working them down.
Like how he just seems unbothered by the little pesky boy trying to take down his teammate next door. He's just taking shots at Cerberus. He's got one knock. He's going to secure his flush before he tries to help out the squad, and then turns around, does take a Molotov, pretty much locking him into his position. He's trying to hop on top, maybe get an angle, maybe just survive if a Molotov comes flying through, but this is not ideal settings for Cerberus. A triple peek on anyone who looks through this window, and one grenade would be the end of their game.
Yeah, they're lucky enough that some of these guys are not prepped with a grenade anywhere nearby, but FW Esports got some troubles of their own just trying to play by the hillside. HAPPIE doing a whole lot just to keep all these other teams by the outskirts, as Haisaki also wants to get involved. Does actually land it though, with Imkudi securing those shots up against members of Zen Esports, while BRU also got themselves a little bit of a heckle up against the rest of the members of TDT. And for Tanker, how many free shots are they actually getting up against Happy Squad before they actually respond? And finally they do. The nade actually lands perfectly onto HAPPIE, and now they're in desperation mode to go in for the save. At least he got a couple of smokes to cover for the time being, but these bombardments may actually clip onto Tanker. It's not going to be any good news at all for them to even try to make a run for this place that they've been calling home for the longest time.
Took a big chunk of damage from a Imkudi grenade, as well as Cerberus have flexed out from their position, trying to get a bit more presence into this area. Did give them some cover from all of the teams on their south and on their eastern side. They were staring out west, but that's not where the enemies are, and Cerberus wants to be finding enemies, wants to be laying them out, because they've got P90s and they've got the ability to clean them up. 73 points now in total, with 6 on the game as we enter towards the top 8. eArena still going strong 4-man as well after taking their emergency parachute super early into this game, holding on to that southeastern entrance. They're going to have to start fighting up the hill, holding out a couple of teams to make their way into the super late game.
Nice shot from Vangy. He does get the catch onto Jacob, so this is just gonna send a little bit more of these members of eArena in the panic situation where they're, if they still want to consider going for a rescue. Sizzy's already on duty to at least pile in a little bit more pressure to hold them all the way back, as Vangy, he's trying to stay afloat, but he will get shot by Sizzy, so finally some space for them to go in for the rescue. While Cerberus Esports, they've closed in up upon these members of Happy Squad, and it's been a long trade. Labao immediately gets shot to the face, but that grenade has been able to land directly onto Patrick.
And they've got the revive as well on towards Haisaki, and Imkudi ain't waiting for them to heal. He's dashing forwards, trying to find the flush, find other enemies to put bullets, put grenades towards. He's already got 4 on the board with just under 200 damage again, so he's still been stealing points away. He's very damn good at that, but now they're looking to find some kills of their own, and Algenbots is next on the chopping block. He has fled the scene completely, all the way back to where HAPPIE was putting grenades in towards them as they clear all of these crates but won't find anything.
Yeah, it's just a couple of all these extra magazines perhaps that they managed to get, but Edie, oh, clean run as he gets all of these members of eArena slowly caught up. Jacob over on his knees, and it's only down to Sizzy. He's getting some slight cover through the smokes up on the hillside. Not that they're getting sprayed upon, but Dynasty, he's going to be able to slowly seek him out. So once all of that subsides, Sizzy, he's just going to be sitting out in the open while the rest of these members are slowly working their way around this sector. But perhaps he might just be able to catch Dynasty off guard. We'll have to see about that, while the rest of FW happy to also take those trades as Tonke nails down Eddie by the edge.
FW knows for sure that there's no one left to wrap up behind them, but just in case they're leaving Riz to hold that angle, Zizzy will be caught out as Riz and the rest just spray through the smokes, find him. Their 8th kill of the game and back into the top 4. big points gained for Buriram United, and they definitely needed them. It was 9th down to 13th that was alive earlier in this game. So a massive opportunity for any of those teams to overtake, get into the top 8 by the halfway point of the play-in stage, which will be the end of this game. If Buriram United can somehow pull this off, they're going to have to take a big fight against FW, and maybe Cerberus getting angles towards them will help, but Imkudi does take a tag that forces him off his angle, and Buriram still have a push to make. They've got to go north, and everyone is going to be staring, trying to hold them out.
Yeah, they gotta pick either to go up against FW Esports or solely challenge the likes of Cerberus Esports. I think the challenge up against Cerberus Esports is very likely to be executed, as you saw a couple of all these exchanges between them as well as HAPPIE Shot. Might just actually see Cerberus Esports to get a little bit busier, and that could be
that way.
A certain avenue where they could actually go in for trade. But BRU, they're moving into containers, and that's just gonna be an open view for Zigzag to eventually get the angles with the MG3 or even the Mini 14 at hand.
Well, FW, they saw the vehicle, but it's the coupe, the pony coupe, that has those kind of blacked out windows, so they didn't really see how many players were in that vehicle itself. They don't know it's the entirety of Buriram. They're going to go sweep the south side to make sure, and then get angles behind. So when this fight does come through, which looks like it might be imminent as the flashbangs are flying through, it's going to be under a lot of heavy fire, under duress, and Hisaki still has the P90, but Riz gets around the side, gets an angle, but there's Zigzag chiming in as Riz gets taken down by the third party.
Just about no smoke for the final member of BRU to stay afloat for the meantime. Imkudi just pulls all the way up north just to ensure that he have just about enough safety net for him to eventually go in for the retrade. But it's going to be a happy squad that eventually gets shut off. Now it's the entirety of FW Esports up against the Lone Ranger, Imkudi from Cerberus Esports.
FW do love a long, wide wrap around the zone, and a zone like this just works perfectly for that style of play. Came in super late, held their edge on the northeastern side, and now they get to reap the benefits because Imkudi has no utility left. A one-man army to try and take down the entirety of FW. He's lurking around the side. Banana One priming a grenade, anticipating, oh, he could be lurking behind this UAZ. Tries to get around the side, but he's being chased. There's nowhere to go. Imkudi dealt with. FW Esports claim a victory, and by goodness, they needed it.
Yeah, they absolutely needed this massive win, and this will just put them into a very good spot. Into the top 8 they go, perhaps, as they start off this round with about 26 points. So I really want to see if it does at least get them where they need to be, up above the 6th place margin, in order to have a little bit more wiggle room to still continue on with the chase.
It's a big points gap for them for sure, but they were one of the teams that was chasing. They were just a little bit below that central pack, but 19 points gained. At the least, I mean, it's a huge gap. We've constantly been saying if any of these teams down towards the bottom ends gets a win with maybe 10, 12 kills, maybe slightly less, doesn't really matter. It's still a huge jump for them because they're just going to overtake so many darn teams. Started off with the hot drop over in Palace that did eventually go the way of Happy Squad, and then somehow they ended up making it to the top 4 as well, with Algenbots just surviving the best that he could until eventually Tonke caught him out from his hilltop position. But another zone that's just difficult to play. It's so far down in the southeastern side of Tago. We don't really see many zones in this area in competitive matches, so any of the teams just having to really struggle to try and find ways, not really having the chance to research how other teams are going to be playing a zone like this, just because we don't see them that much.
I absolutely agree with that, and we saw how many late rotations coming into the northern area of play, where Cerberus Esports were the ones that have been able to find successes in that foremost stripe, where they got themselves a compound to hold out until they were forced to bunch up into those container areas where this was the moment where we saw some crazy stuff coming out of Belmont, but of course it's just a little bit of fumble that kind of costed the rest of these Daytrade to fall short. Other than that, it's been a really nice exchange coming out of all these teams who have managed to make their way over onto the far south, while BRU we saw them actually getting 2 areas, which was a stronghold for them from the hospital, and then eventually pushing up the hill in order to find even more of these kills up against eArena.
Pretty unlucky timing for Belmoth to have hopped out of that car and get launched into space, but MQD, he tried, he did all that he could. He stole a whole bunch of kills again, but not enough to take down FW, who held the hilltop with 4 men strong, forced Buriram's hand, made them go the opposite direction. It looks like we found who MQD was stealing all of his kills from, because 835 damage for Raze with only 2 kill points on the board. It is a 19-point game, though, for them, and they'll be more than happy to take 19 points. That's going to give them such a huge boost in the standings and also in confidence as we hit the midway point of the play-in stage.
Yeah, for a moment I thought that Cerberus Esports, if they did manage to successfully hold on to that area, they would have been able to put a stronger fight up against FW Esports. But you saw how HAPPIE squad has always been the nuisance to be holding on to that area for such a long time. And then each one of these teams were just locked into their very own battles. And FW Esports, they got the high ground to slowly close things out, and Raze, despite only that 2 kills, he did pretty much the most damage out of the squad to be the MVP of the match.
Still, it's a team performance for FW Esports. No one's standing out massively in terms of the points that they contribute, 23% points contribution, but the damage was still done. They had to hold out their edge for such a long time on the east, holding on to their hilltop. Never easy to do on Tego. Sometimes it's almost like you're playing horde mode, where you're just getting swarmed by enemies on all fronts, but they did a fantastic job of holding on to that position and then riding it out to a big victory. 19 points in total. Cerberus, though, still putting up some numbers with 15, and Buriram United once again getting their 1 big game per day.
Yeah, so far things are looking really good from their run in South America up till now, and hopefully it's going to be a good streak for them to get out of the bottom half. So looking at the rest of the pack, it is definitely expected for eArena to be able to actually get some healthy numbers, since they managed to cop a really nice spot into the zone. And NKT still coming up pretty furious with those 8 eliminations throughout this span of round. So we'll see the updates, and in the top 5, that's 4 tied teams, and Cerberus is now tied with the rest of eArena.
FW jumped up from 12th all the way to 5th off the back of 1 victory. Now the top 4 is looking extremely tie heavy, but Cerberus holding it down for the PVS squads on a tiebreaker again with eArena. X-Men still just about lurking on the outside, but it's a couple of teams that have been pushed out of the top 8 now. It's still 1 point difference for HAPPIE squad, so getting those placement points, Algenbot surviving as long as he did, so important for them.
Yeah, and BRU, they can also look to overtake all these teams that are around the 40-point region with another good game swinging in their favor. So things are looking super healthy right now. So I'm definitely not counting any of these guys out, but we're already reaching the halfway point. So we will continue after we take a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For intense battle royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對濕，就份複習，個身份住好過要出盡力對不斷念書。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不易飛。咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到你就 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我當你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我手份對手，着份複雜，個身份最好嘅嘢，出盡力對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我當你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a great 15 minutes breathing space for the two of us, and now we're back in for more. So we're at the halfway mark where there's still 9 more maps to go to see who will make the top cut into the final stages. So far, Saga, this wildcard runs in Tego and Rondo have been really giving a hefty amount of points to those that needed it most.
Yeah, the teams who maybe haven't had the most success on some of the other maps have found their footing on these maps. You just saw FW pick up a big win yesterday on Rondo. It was Roy Esports 23 points on Rondo, and the rest of their maps not too great. So definitely a massive potential for one of the teams that really needs the points to step up and pick something up on one of these maps. And we now have our official sort of halfway point estimate of where we can put the top 8 cutoff point to roughly be. Right now, 8th place is the Tin Soldier on 48 points at the halfway point. If we double that, looking around 96 points to be our cutoff, which fits in nicely with sort of 5 to 6 points per game. But right now, there's Happy Squad 1 point behind them. There's Roy Esports and TDT both tied 2 points behind them. R8, Buriram right behind them as well. So many teams that are desperate just to get a little bit more out of their performance, squeeze an extra point per game out here or there, and that might just about be enough, but definitely not comfort for any of those teams just yet.
Yeah, still very far from getting themselves at a level of confidence zone, as we will see even tremendous performances, just like how FW Esports did to surge 7 placements up into the top 5 at this very moment to tie things with the rest of Xavage Esports, who are currently being held onto that spot for quite some time now. And Xavage definitely needs to find improvements moving into rounds of Rondo. Yesterday, they did manage to play very well in order to make a top 4 finish, as I could recall that they were amongst the ones that did manage to back plenty of points. Hopefully, the PMS guys will be able to show up once again, as it was Roy Esports, like you said, to take that chicken dinner from that day 1 run.
Yeah, Xavage so far today, only 7 points on the board. That has led to them slipping down from 3rd down to 6th, now tied with FW Esports after they picked up the win in the previous match. They have the tiebreaker over Xavage as well. So it's still very tight margins for all of these teams. We're just going to have to take a little quick peek at maybe the flight path, the circle, see if we can get any kind of information about who might be getting the better of this zone. Maybe that doesn't matter all too much though, because getting the zones, getting the W isn't the only way to get yourselves up the leaderboard, as Team NKT is giving us a demonstration of. Only 17 placement points, which is on par with TDT, and only 1 more than Buriram United down in 13th place. However, 54 frags means that they're up there in the top 4, even despite not surviving that long in many of these matches. So maybe there's 2 avenues that you could take. You could go for the position, you could go for the win, you could go for the games like FW did, or just slay everyone that stands ahead of you. Something to be thinking about as we head into our map 4 of the day.
Definitely a whole lot to ponder around for the teams that are still looking for those hefty amount of points as we move into the halfway mark. 9 more maps to go, and we start off here inside of Rondo for match number 4 here in the Baleen stage, day 2. Now, this starts off from the southwest corner of the map to be headed over on to right on up the north. So we have yet to see that northern ending. Well, of course, we've only played 1 round yesterday inside of Tago, so it still could be anyone for the taking. And I guess a big curveball will be to Detroit over far east, where nobody's been able to reach from this flight path.
Yeah, that's maybe good news for a couple of teams. Buriram United did get absolutely dominated in their hot drop against Windy Gaming in Meiran in yesterday's matchups. Both teams are still heading out in that direction. They have Lohua Xing as well in their line of sight. Looks like maybe both teams going to race to see if they can get a vehicle first and send it over the river to try and lay claim to that drop spot, but might be a little bit risky, and it looks as though Windy is already starting to pull off from the contest. Maybe try and find some weapons, put some shots into the back of Buriram as they disappear off over that bridge towards the east. Up north as well, X-Men, Savior is very much split from the rest of his team, and there is a TTS between the 2 of them, but eArena could not have asked for a more gifted circle phase 1. All the way up north in Ryan, and they're practically in the center already.
Yeah, they're going to take over control of some portions of the Oasis, while WDG, are they going to form up a similar pattern to eventually rock up against the rest of BRU yet again, as there was just not much of a response coming from BRU the last time around. And quickly as he goes, secures an M249. Oh, this guy's already getting themselves pretty much ready if he could just get the reloads done.
Yeah, it might have just been a case of like, just grab whatever weapon you can, I'll come pick you up and let's go chase them before they get weapons. Maybe. Unfortunately, M249s take about 3.5 years to actually put the bullets into, so he doesn't get the chance to catch anyone in their parachute as they're going for vehicles, but not too bad all in all. Lucky G, though, one of the X-Men who did make it over the northern side of the river. They're going to have to try and maybe wait for Savior to find a way to cross over, but he's being hunted down. Or is he? Has he just ducked under the bridge, just surviving, getting out of the way as Marcus comes flying past with a Glock in his Rari? And he has no idea that Xavier is lurking here. He might have seen the parachute that was up in this direction, but no clue that he's already practically ran over the guy he's searching for in this direction.
You got absolutely bamboozled right there. Staying elusive right under the cover of the bridge, and I guess the Tin Soldiers kept themselves busy as the rest of BRU managed to grab themselves a couple of vehicles to just make their cut across as they travel further into the eastern portion of the map, and then will look to re-rotate to join the rest of the pack up the north. So BRU this time, safe journeys up ahead, and that's already good enough of news for them to at least stay alive a little longer inside of this map of Rondo. LD, however, finally spots out Xavier as he's already soaked from the river and still probably gunless at this moment. Just trying to get himself across, and I don't think it's going to be any good news at all for the X-Men member.
They are sending over Upchen to try and pick him up in a vehicle just before the Tin Soldier can get in a position to try and pick him off. This is definitely problematic territory for X-Men. Can't say this is the reason for them having a bit of an unsuccessful day so far, but it definitely isn't going to help out with the symptoms of that. Just delaying them a little bit. I mean, they could try and make the most of the zone priority that they've been given and go for a bit of a Hatsawat, just send a naked combatant into the zone with no equipment, no gear, no nothing, and just try and send for the center and do his looting there. But that's going to leave him ill-equipped to face the rest of the game. But the alternative is let somebody else get ahead of you, get into a priority position, and those are few and far between up in this northern area of Rondo.
Just loving the fact that the Tin Soldiers are just pretty much all up very early on to just get themselves those hole up in the high ground so that they could just get all the kind of information that they need to prepare for that mid-game skirmishes. So far, coast is clear while the rest of eArena is still pretty much getting themselves sorted in the early game. Look at the situation right now. eArena definitely has gotten like the best spot possible, like we initially saw them to be dropping over on the direct north. So plenty to prep for, while the rest of Roy Esports are hoping to do the same, slightly over onto the far western corner at this very moment. Well, I could be absolutely wrong. He's definitely got to take a look at the map again.
Up by Stadium, he's got to hop over the bridge. It's a nice, easy way for them to get over to the northern area. Again, not all that many bridges. Definitely more than an average map for in terms of river crossings, but then some of it is just massive cliffs that technically you could jump off and parachute across, but that's not going to be ideal. It's not going to get you very far on the island either if there are people lurking on the hilltops, as T-Doy is trying to do, creeping his way forward, still helmetless. He's going to try and maybe set up some sort of trap to catch eArena if they come up top looking over for some high ground positions. But this is super risky play out of T-Doy.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised that he didn't actually take longer to look for even some utilities. He's just only equipped with a vest and this weaponry. So I guess if he's caught out, he's just going to unleash this 75 clip in order to get something done. I'm not sure if the rest of his members are in the similar situation as well, but hopefully not the case. While the rest of Cerberus have rocked up against the rest of Roy Esports, and they're already bombarding them with blue zone grenades. Well, that's going to blow up the corners as Imcuddy has already got caught out.
This is a weird position for Roy to be fighting, given we just saw two of them driving over the river to the north side of Stadium. They already committed to going up north of the zone, but actually they left two down south in one of the widest 2-2 splits, but they have managed to get the chance to delay long enough for the full regroup to come through. And Cerberus losing a player in the process as well. And now Lambao getting taken down as Edvy King lands a grenade through the smokes up on the rooftop. Teddy as well gets a spray down, and it's looking pretty damn rough for Cerberus.
Yeah, they're just ill-equipped in taking this fight, and over the top also getting sniffed out. So Lulzy could not even supplement in that skirmish as Roy Esports took a massive victory, all 4 clean kills in the back.
And now straight back to that 2-2 split. Deprot and Teddy are saying, all right, boys, hopefully that won't happen again. See you on the other side. And they're going to make their way back over to the bridge, evidently not learning their lesson that if they 2-2 split this far, someone might just breach them and then they're going to have to come back again. So they're still going to commit to holding risky positions, getting some shots into the back as well from MG Gaming as they disappear over the bridge. Now FW have angles on the hill above their compound. It's super risky for Roy to go for this still, but they're going to commit. They have made their way back up into the top 8 with those 4 points picked up with the elimination of Cerberus Esports. And whatever they can do to hold on to them, maybe they're prioritizing having the option of positioning, but the safety in numbers is definitely lacking for them.
And I guess after winning out that trade, perhaps they do have a little bit more confidence to also continue on with a little bit more of an aggressive approach. Speaking of aggression, Khan back at it again on that glider, just setting some pot shots over onto these members of FW below. But I wonder if he will be able to spot out Banana One, who's going over onto the foothill terrains. And now that he's shot a number, he's going to respond in kind as well. As that one, he gets back onto the wheels, but these bullets are almost hitting through the close panels while they're also trying to shred him apart. Tonke to supplementing, as that is going to be a smoking glider up in the air. I guess it's about time that he just goes in for a dive on the parachute.
Yeah, that's always the problem with gliders. I mean, you blow them up and they just keep gliding, so can just chill, relax, doesn't have to risk himself too much. He can get out of there, just directs the troops below him this time to put the pressure on Six-Sacks, force him down from that hilltop position. I don't know, I saw him switch seats. I thought I was half expecting Can to go for the hop out of the back seat of the glider and just parachute on some fool's play again, which technically worked out for NKT in yesterday's games. It was a dicey situation, but they did manage to get a 4-for-1 trade in the early stages of the game. This time, though, it will just be peacefully gliding his way down south, bringing Sam Maskova to pick him up in anticipation for the Phase 2 shift, where inevitably they're going to have to start making a move. Actually, not that bad. It's gone back down towards the southwest, and now having cleared Six-X out from underneath those rocks, they've got a prime position to make their way back towards.
Yeah, and I guess that 2-2 split is really paying off for the side of Roy Esports. You could call it a little greedy, but I guess like the idea kind of could play off. And I guess now they have to deal with multiple squads swarming from north.
I mean, they've got the compound on the opposite side of the river. They've still got MGG lurking on the cliff top alongside them. They're going to have to regroup one way or the other eventually. It's still going to be a little dangerous, but I don't know. If it goes north, they can just send it into the river and walk up the other side. It's going to take a lot of smokes. FW getting a team run over, because why not? Why not just make it a little bit more difficult? Use up some of your teammates' meds and make them bleed out a little faster on the next time they're knocked. TDT, though, starting to make their move in somewhat uncontested, which is great news for them, because the contests that they've had so far haven't been going wonderfully in their favor. Still down in 11th place, but still extremely close. If they did manage to get a 4-man squad wipe like Roy did, they might just be back up in towards the top 8. And it looks like the trap set by T-Doy goes the opposite direction as the rest of Windy Gaming drive face first into eArena and get absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, and eArena having Jacob to really pin them all down to WEG in shambles right now with only a member remaining. 10 Trip, however, will spot all these movements coming out of eArena, but eArena, they're happy. They're just getting by, securing those couple of all these pickoffs, and eventually getting Norrens back on track as they secure the northeastern region of the circle. They can play it absolutely slow. They do have some covers to work with, so I guess the only problem will be cutting over onto the bridge later on, since it's still very early in Phase 2. If they're lucky enough, then maybe they could still stay over in the northern portion of the map. So eArena could just take their sweet time. Whereas I really do wonder how's the rest of the pack coping over the south side, since a lot of all the other squads are going to be playing around that staydium region. So we got some EMP going on. Of course, nobody else here to disrupt them. So all these vehicles are just going to be staying put for now.
Yeah, it's rough because the area just to the south side of the river is so horrible to try and play around. There's so many weird little dips that could have people lurking in them, and it also makes it really tough to drive around this area where Belmoth's car went bouncing by in front of 40k. Didn't take any shots towards him. They may already well know that this position is occupied, or at least anticipate it. They're going to go up on the high ground even further to the south. And now some shots coming in towards Belmoth's vehicle, letting him know that he's in an unsafe bit of territory and just going to continue making their wrap down towards the south. Options for crossing over to the north, a little bit less limited. There is the one bridge, which is a one-way. It's seeming sort of still under construction. You can just send it off the edge. You cannot come back from the north down to the south over the same crossing in a vehicle. Daytrade may be keeping that in mind as they're choosing where to position themselves in anticipation for the phase 3 shift. There is a vast majority more land space down to the south, and also Bamboo seems to get a whole bunch of zones on Rondo. So we'll see whether or not their play pays off.
Ooh, you talk about Daytrade and look at how much of a deep dive they have to go through. There's R8, BRU already waiting in the wings, so I guess they really got to subscribe into a battle or two in order to get themselves into the zone. Whereas for Fort Tanker, happy enough to actually take the claim over onto the high grounds over on the eastern quarter and could continue to do so. Whereas the rest of Xavage men are just by the edge over onto the far southwest. It's still not going to be an easy run, but for what it's worth, Savior does get to spot out NKT falling all the way back as he makes his way wrapped around the lakeside. And there's just no cover whatsoever for Pody as he's just getting sprayed upon. That vehicle's about to blow up, and now he gets down on his knees.
Nice that Savior actually was able to get a gun this game. It looked for a while like he wasn't going to get the chance, and Pody unfortunately falls victim to the very same set of rocks that Roy Esports was getting so many of their points from on day one's Rondo experience, just sitting up here farming for free. Exactly the same situation once again. Now, Jacob starting to make a push down south out of the compound. He already cleaned up 3 of the Windy Gaming players who were attempting to breach his compound. Gets the opening knock as well. Buys the space for Norins and Lyrics to start pushing Evil Patrick back further into the zone.
eArena, they still have some work to be done here, despite, of course, being preoccupied with these rotating members of HAPPIE squad. But at least holding over onto the high ground, they would be able to still spot some safe areas to slowly play out. But over on the opposite side, it seems like there will be a couple of trades that can be made by the side of Fort Tanker as well. Xavage men, though, they have been unable to cut all the way into the far west and now wraps around the north to eventually challenge the rest of these Daytrade members, as Oliver's anticipating a few of these players from Daytrade to be just over onto the other spot in the hill. So slowly as they approach, they are going to be seeing if they can find that beautiful catch up against Daytrade. HAPPIE squad, though.
He is lurking. And Zizzy is a notorious little lurker as well. Jump peeks over the top. Evil Patrick seems aware of Zizzy's position. Ear's not going to mess with it. He's just going to hop in the car, try and make a move out of there. But that is the slowest takeoff I've ever seen in a Pico bus. Normally the acceleration on that thing is insane, but going up such a steep angle, not working out. Evil Patrick does take one down, but it's a 3-man push from eArena that cleans him out from his position. The trade is there instantly. Algenbot's just on foot, trying to make his way out of that position. Does get picked up as well. And HAPPIE squad are just sending it straight down towards the bridge, where Daytrade are waiting up on the rocks, trying to take some shots. But HAPPIE are just going to have to keep going straight over the bridge. Down south we go as Stadium remains. Almost 50% of the zone is taken up by that enormous Stadium. Oh man, these teams are definitely going to know some cheeky angles in that area.
Yeah, a little bit of a deja vu as well to see Roy to be on the very similar spot that they played out that chicken dinner yesterday. But that's still one portion of the zone that's being covered. So Roy Esports are hoping that they will be able to at least hold the high grounds for a little bit longer. But the guys in Stadium, though, are locked in. And exiting out of that area is going to be so tough, while the rest of 40K, they're just going to be side by side. Wendy, he's just probably right underneath the nose of Hakai. He's just hoping not to even move a muscle. And once he do, M249 is just going to be unclipped. And now unleashes on the Johnson. Now they know his presence, though. But can he hold up against the rest of 40K? He now looks for Expendable. But that's all he could do, as Wendy will be crashing out early on the 14th.
That was one of those where I don't think he wanted to shoot at the guy in the car. He wasn't 100% sure if he'd been spotted, but he knew if he had, he's helmetless, he's one tappable. So he just had to go for it, commit to the fight, tried to go for the hip fire spray around the side, did take 2 down, but that will be all he's able to do from that position. And now Buriram United 1 up as well, looking to commit to the fight against FW, but R8 have flexed out into the back line. Latte will sit Eddie down. Buriram United will go no further, and FW scrambling to get whatever revives they can. Maybe just disappear out of this situation entirely. They'll be able to put Raze just outside of threat range, around the back of the vehicle. Thought he was going to put him in the passenger seat and just send it back into the stadium itself, but either way, they're under pressure still as Canaxi has come equipped with a Panzerfaust, ready to tap anyone who he sees.
Yeah, there's just no rest for the wicked. Our FW Esports are still on a streak though, managing to cleanly sweep the floor clean up against the rest of these Buriram members. And now, in that very same position that they've been able to win, will be R8 that's so ready to take them on. While Jacob's vehicle just blew up, and now both sides of the team, including 40K, are just stranded by the corners of the river. Long King game tagged out Sizzy to follow suit as well, while Lyrics hoping to connect those stray shots over onto Jatin, but not finding anything at all. That tap from Jatin responded in kind to shut down eArena completely.
This is why I was worried that Roy Esports crossing that river would be a problem. If there's teams up on the hilltop to the west, it's so risky. Can't really pull up on the low ground where 40K was, but it's Roy Esports actually pushing out on the opposite side, who's putting the pressure down. Doesn't really have too much to do with the fall of eArena, but 40K will likely follow pretty shortly afterwards. Flash getting knocks from long distance away, and now Teddy as well. He's even going to get in the vehicle and hop up onto the hilltop in front of 4Tanker, leave them stranded on the beach on the low ground with a couple of smokes, not much in terms of options of how to get anywhere further into this zone.
At least half of the squad is already in the zone, but that's not a place that they really want to call home for the time being. With Daytrade coming up with Flash just slowly tagging him down. Teddy is also joining in the party as well, as they're hoping to just shut them off of this northern area of the map. On K somehow still surviving, but HAPPIE eventually will be bleeding, while the rest of these 40K members could only pray that some of these teams get into another engagement to give them a little bit more of that breathing space, as U-Dirt will not be rescued at all. That was just massive shots from the top end of the hill for Teddy to just claim those numbers cleanly.
Meanwhile, R8 just straight running over TTS in stadium itself. Canaxi putting that Panzerfaust to use in the kill feed as they just sweep through and claim their edge of stadium for themselves. And now look at the standings once again. More teams climbing up, getting worryingly close, within 5 points of that top 8 position. It's super sketchy, super dangerous for all of these teams, especially TTS being the team that's being eliminated by R8. Just underneath them. They're still 2 men strong though for now. Belmoth trying to make a send straight forward into the zone, taken out of the car by Enot. Flash only has a tire missing, but he does manage to make it into some form of cover, some semblance of a playable position, but no smokes, no chance to revive Belmoth. He's flushed out.
Oh boy. Jatin, who managed to actually make the cut, and now climbing up the hill to rock up against Teddy. Just sending a couple of all these warning shots, and does actually connect the few to be able to suppress it. Deeprod does get the exchange up against his fellow teammates though. Long K a little bit too far off, as he got no cover to actually work with. So it's all down to Jatin to at least make a certain advancement to perhaps claim a couple points up against these members of Roy Esports, but they definitely do have the upper hand. But it's going to be an exchange that comes in from HAPPIE all the way from the back to supplement this attack coming from Jatin. Now looking for FVK as he does connect the bullets, a couple over on the shoulders and the head as well. FVK still stays afloat, but 6 HP left for the side of Jatin. And now they finally spot out HAPPIE trying to make it across the street. And just like that, Roy Esports will still be able to take that massive victory up north.
I would have loved to have a smoke grenade to cut off the angle for Teddy, or a flashbang to make those peaks a little bit more achievable, but the one knock that they did get might be enough for Roy Esports to meet their fate shortly after they do, as TDT now outside of stadium, the only team that is still claiming space outside of the stadium itself, are going to sweep around the edge. Deprot does get back up, but he's on the bandages to try and get back to full HP. TDT just bullying them, forcing them along the north where they just picked up the kills against 4Tanker. And now the hunter has become the hunted. TDT will remain in the spot using Teddy's deployable cover against him, trying to clean up this final remaining threat that lurks on the outside of Stadium.
Yeah, whoever wins this battle, whether it's Roy or TDT, they're going to have a field day out because the show's over at the stadium. I don't know what kind of football match is going on there, but moving out of the stadium right now is just going to be a death sentence. But of course, with the rest of TDT being preoccupied, I guess there's still a lot of space for them to play out. But how on earth are these guys actually going to get a safe cover the moment that they actually step out of the stadium?
If there was going to be any one team that sends 2 players to hop up onto the roof, of course it's NKT. Sandmask and Hatsuwat lurking on the high ground. That's going to be a huge issue for any of the teams underneath them to try and hop out of there. It will probably get them killed eventually as well. Parachuting down from the side of the roof is going to be next to impossible with TDT lurking on the outskirts. But R8 still with a score to settle. TTS only half of their number remaining after R8 swept through them earlier on. They've now got a bit of time remaining before the zone will start forcing them to make a move, and they either go up into R8 or they hop into their almost exploded vehicle and send it east where Van Ngai is waiting for them.
Very risky moves. Dropping straight into that one, and he gets knocked over. Oh, a little fast and furious right there, but that one is kind of asking for it as he just gets obliterated right through. FW Esports gets to actually make claims out of that one, while TDT Esports has got that AWN in hand. But how many can they pick up from this stadium? We're about to find out from here on.
We didn't expect TTS to go back into Stadium, especially on the outside of the circle, but it gets them 1 extra point. That's all it will get them, though. Flash trying to fight for his life as he's being sprinted at by the X-Men. Does manage to take 1 down. Actually, it's Teddy from distance who gets the knock, and Flash secures the point, but he will be traded out almost instantly. Xavage men, they still don't have the smokes. They've still got further to go to get to safety in this zone. Roy Esports still staring them down. NKT dropped on the inside of Stadium, so they will get in safely, and they're going to be on the back line of everyone pushing out as MGG make their move, start tossing grenades in towards X-Men. Panzerfaust getting launched. X-Men taken down to the blue zone eventually.
It's just massive hordes exiting the stadium right now. It's helter-skelter as we see the exchanges coming from NKT as well as FW on the other portion of the map. R8, they're just hugging by the corners, hoping to fend off on that corner of the territory while all these mortars are flying in. It seems like perhaps some damage has been done while MG Gaming hoping to stay afloat. And it does seem like Zigzag has been knocked by a little bit more of these stray bullets as well. Oh boy, it's just getting a whole lot messier by the outskirts of that stadium. And I was surprised that I thought TDT can actually find a whole lot out of the situation, but there's still some covers to be found by the teams who have made their passage out of stadium.
Just about for now. The car park does provide enough for them to lurk and prone behind, but the hilltop for TDT is starting to get shifted away from. Hwangef, though, has a mortar of his own. He's going to join Canaxi and just carpet bombing the entire region. But this massive umbrella keeping FW safe for now. Hatsuwat's got himself a folded shield, slowly moving that thing forward. But there's any opportunity, he might just step on a snake as Ninja 2K proning on the opposite side. And Van has caught a glimpse of him with that AWM completely trained down. Zigzag just dodges out on the headshot. UNQ did push forward for R8, get a little bit of presence towards the center of the zone. These mortars are not going to do anyone any favors.
Not at all. Well, TDT, they could chill for the moment. They could just wait for another circle to pop up once again, and then all these teams will be sent scrambling, and that's where they would choose to strike. There's still some corner of the hill that they could still get some cover from, while they will be definitely be happy to go in for a couple more exchanges, but they can't afford to dry peek for far too long, as I'm pretty sure that some of these guys coming from stadium will also respond to some of all these shots later. While R8 still waiting up by the very corner, NKT will be shredded out. That's going to be Van that does have another AWM shot that does finally connect.
He had to line one up eventually. He's been staring over at all these targets, waiting for anyone to peek, and as soon as the fight breaks out, He secures the kill point for TDT, gets them an extra placement out of that position as well. So Power's now caught sight of Teddy, playing Roy Esports, who did manage to successfully evade TDT, arresting them earlier on in the game. They've shuffled their way around towards the northwestern edge, and now there's just a massive split straight down the center as they're focusing their attention towards R8 for TDT on the eastern side of zone. Roy to the north is just bopping anyone who pops up in the car park. It's not looking like an enticing prospect for anyone who's down there to do anything other than just prone and pray that other people die before you do, and wait to hope that no one like Ninja is lurking around the sides, proning with frag grenades. He gets the angle just wrong, though. That would have been an instant knock onto Sixax.
Yeah, this could actually come pretty huge. Oh, once again, on the other side of the umbrellas, Sixax, I guess he's gotten enough of all these bombardment. He's formulating the response of his own as well, but he's still checking over onto the territories of the hillside, so to not be picked off by either TDT or even Roy Esports. And for now, it seems like even Roy will have to reposition while Ninja TK extends the wings, and that's gonna be a flashbang being popped over his direction, and now exposes himself over onto Sixax territory, and he will quickly get him knocked down. The rest of MG Gaming on the other corner of the walls, though, so there's a lot to be done here by FW Esports.
He finally got the vision, knew where the utility needed to be sent, but just couldn't connect enough of it to get the knocks that he needed for FW, and that's a problem, as MG were actually looking to try and make a sneaky play up the hill underneath Roy Esports, try and catch them off guard, but with FW looking over in their direction, they have to abort that mission, come straight back down, start proning back behind the coupes as Ninja will be stolen away. Deprot gets the flush from up at the top of the hill just before it can be secured by FW, and now R8 coming under a massive amount of threat as they try to push their way out towards where UNQ has been holding the position. John spots out 2 players behind the trees, but the damage, oh my god, it's a big headshot, and Sixax takes Envy King down as well.
Van Eyck at it again. He does get that shot through the AWM, and all the exchanges are currently happening from all across the map. Nobody's in mid center, as that is going to be such a tough zone to even play out or consider. And TDT, surprisingly, they've kept themselves alive for most part, despite having some challenges from the side of R8 Esports. Now they formed themselves a bunker with whatever vehicles that they do have in hand. MG Gaming does actually look the other side to get the rest of R8 caught out.
My vMix appears to have paused, so continue.
And now it's only down to TDT versus MGG, 4 versus 3, and MG Gaming, despite all that adversity, they do find themselves on a lot more space to actually work with up against the rest of TDT, who's now barely finding any form of cover over onto the hillside. And it seems like all that there's left is for them to slowly go in for the straight. Zito does get some angles, but he's getting brought down by Sapao. My word, now it gets even more rough with the blue zone closing right in, and all that is left is for TDT to wait to secure a massive victory, and this is just what they need to get up into the top 8.
They had to be very patient up on top of that hilltop. They did not have the opportunity to push down any earlier than they did. They had to clean up all of the players that were lurking on the northern side before committing it down, and then there's just nowhere for MG Gaming to go. They opt not to give over the kill point. They know that it's going to be extremely tight and every point matters, so denying at the end of the game makes sense for them. But TDT, Van with the AWM landing shots towards the end, a big, much needed win for them.
And it's been a long time coming. We see all these veterans of Vietnam to be able to really show their prowess back in the PBS series, and right now in day 2, I guess they're just about in the right momentum to still bring some numbers in order to make that top cut. And we started off really well for Roy Esports. We saw them going for the 2-2 split and eventually shutting down Cerberus Esports while doing so at the very same time. And then FW, from that momentum that they had from that first chicken dinner, to be able to hold on for so long to make that cut around Stadium was absolutely impressive.
Really solid stuff. That hilltop was such a priority position. They maybe expected that they would clear out Roy Esports a little earlier on and have an easier time of holding, surrounding the entire zone. But maybe all things considered, that worked out in their favor. They didn't spread themselves too thin and concede any knocks that were not able to be revived, kept themselves tightly compacted together as a four-man, just let the other teams scrap among themselves, especially trying to make the run out from Stadium, where options were extremely limited, utility was running low, and eventually space and time ran out. MG Gaming nowhere else to go, but they fought their way through the best that they could. They got a second place out of it, and actually a lot of our top 5 teams died pretty early on into that game, so it's a big team for, or rather a big game for the teams that need the points around that mid-pack position to start stacking them up. TDT in particular, one that we have highlighted a couple of times so far. So good to see them finally get a win on the board. We'll see how that affects their standings.
That's right. And when we take a look at that scramble over the south side, I was pretty surprised that some of these guys have been able to really survive for such a long time, especially where MG Gaming, where they've been able to pull into the top 3 or top 2. And of course, all that said and done, TDT does have the upper hand over on the course of the hillside in order to secure this victory. Despite the numbers being low count for a chicken dinner, it is just about what could supplement them with a total of 15 points. Just take a look at the damage. 596 from Jun, but so unfortunate that all these numbers pretty much get stolen away with all these players around the stadium.
Yeah. Well, we said coming into this game, there's kind of 2 ways you can look at it. You can either go for winning the game and getting the placement points, or you just go, we don't really care about placement points, we're just going to kill everyone. It's pretty clear to see which side of the coin TDT favors. Only 5 kills, but it's still a 15-point game in total. And in their current position in the standings on the way into that game, those 15 points are huge, considering they were 3 points away from the top 8. And there's several teams that are a much less significant gap than that as well, lurking in and around that area. So that 30% contribution of points from Sapao will go a long way, even if it's not the most, the most outrageous number of actual points. Still, every little bit counts.
Yeah, I would still say that TDT was absolutely efficient, especially having Sapao, who's been the veteran of the scene for such a long time, to be able to also make certain right calls for them to actually stay afloat, where there were dicey battles between Roy as well as them, and then all these other challengers coming in from the far north, and they still managed to hold true. So that's 15 points with them tied together with Roy Esports, who's dominated some of the northern terrains over the course of the river, and then the rest of all these other stadium members were just really fighting it out. And like you said, Cerberus Esports, as well as a few other notable names, they crashed out rather early, so that left a lot of gap for these other teams to be able to close. And here we have the total in the boards.
I thought Roy Esports, we singled them out a couple of times as well as a team that was playing a very greedy style of play, but it worked out. They didn't come under the pressure. If the zone shifted north, maybe crossing the bridge might have been sketchy, but coming back towards the south, they did a great job of holding their position and avoiding, crucially, getting slapped about by TDT when that third party came in. That leaves them tied on points with TDT and X-Men, lacking the placement points to outrank them in the tiebreakers. But now, 1 single point between 6th place and 9th place. Not even a single point in the proceedings between the top 8 and failure to reach the grand finals. It's so unbelievably close. And a game like that, where a lot of the mid-pack or the teams that were down in sort of 10th, 11th, 12th picked up big numbers, just makes it all the more exciting as we head into the late stages of today.
Indeed, and it's scary to even think about Roy finishing with 15 points and still find themselves in that number 9 spot, because all these other teams are just surpassing them with those high volume of frags that they managed to accomplish throughout the course of the run. So anywhere from 5 all the way to even arguably R8 at 10th, we could see perhaps major shifts on the board later onto those matches that we'll be getting inside of the wrangle. And then the teams who are still within the 40-pointer margin, they could still see a way out of this current situation, where if FW as well as some of these members of TDT could do it, so can they.
It's going to be tough, though, again, for any of these teams. We're still not seeing anyone who's consistently dominating in the lobbies. It's so hard to do. But at this level, I mean, there's teams that definitely are starting to show signs of being more than capable of saying, hey, we belong in this grand finals lobby. eArena, again, another solid game for them. Cerberus fell a little bit flat this time around, losing out on a 4v2 breach into Roy Esports compound. But all things considered, they are still up there with the most placement points of any team in the lobby, which is pretty crazy considering the amount of games where they have done something similar to that. We've talked about them being feast or famine a few times. They got the win earlier on. This time it's a 0-pointer, and they've got 2 more matches to try and rectify that mistake.
That's right. And so far, it's been 2 chicken dinners for Vietnam and 2 for Thailand, despite the top 5 is still very Thai-centric. We're looking at many of all these teams so far really playing super aggressive in order to secure their spot so far. Now, moving back into Wrangle this time around, probably will have a different tone to be set, because the last time that we saw teams that we expect to really come up huge, they were looking a little rather sloppy, but after all the adjustments that they had over the span of the night, I believe that their coaches, their analysts have done drastic changes in order to improve these gameplay. So I would definitely see that there are chances where even teams like Buriram United could still see a way out of this. So I'm definitely very hopeful for some of these names out there. Well, over the top 4, it's safe to say that they can afford to slip maybe just 1 game or 2 and still be able to have certain healthy amount of points to still call it, hey, we should make it into the top 8, right? So long as they don't stay stagnant.
Yeah, we've sort of estimated about 96 points, mid-90s to 100 should be roughly what you need to be guaranteeing yourself a top 8 spot by the end when all things are said and done. eArena are practically already there, 8 points shy of that margin, and a couple of teams are getting worryingly close as well. It's the teams on the other half that we really need to start having concerns for. WinD Gaming, I know Bin Blue is a big loss for them, but their performance was on par with Buffalo Esports, who won the Vietnam series, made their way into the grand finals, got picked up by another organization, now Team Flash. WinD Gaming were right there with them all through the open qualifiers, but their performance so far here has been a little bit lackluster, not quite winning out on some fights, losing out in the early phases. Being helmetless with an M249 prone on the hill for an entire game. It's been a little bit weird. Need to see them clean that up a bit.
Yeah, I just didn't understand as to why he didn't actually take maybe just a couple more minutes just to visit a small little compound or something. But I guess like he just had to prioritize not only his safety, but also some of all these poise positions. But he had to do what he had to do with that M249 play. But it was fun to watch for a slight moment. But this is where it does get tense for a team like WinD Gaming, right? When we take a look at where they're currently positioned, they definitely deserve to be up there amongst the very best from what they've displayed to us in their own regionals. But with such a stacked lineup of all these other strong teams across APAC, it's just starting to get to them, perhaps, that they're not playing to the same amount of momentum that they've gotten over onto the PVS.
Yeah, I think realistically the reason why he was lurking around helmetless and afraid was the whole vehicle drop scenario up against Buriram in the early phases, and not having the vehicles and then having to run so far apart on Rondo to get to the next small little compound. Probably sketchy. However, he did manage to find his way all the way up north, proning. So there's probably something he could have looted along the way, but he just sort of didn't. And in the end, it ended up as the last man standing for his team anyway, as they tried to make a full send into eArena, got absolutely Jacobed, and that was really the end of their run on Rondo. So them, Fortanker and Zen Esports right now on 29, 25 and 25 points, significantly now falling behind where the top 8 stand, but there is still enough time to turn it around. With 8 points remaining, I'm just not convinced that we've seen enough of a glimpse of the games that have gone well for them that we're convinced that they could make it. WinD Gaming in particular is like a surprise for that. They were one of the teams that I would predict to make it through into the finals through this phase. Didn't expect them to get very far into the finals, a bit of a lack of experience on some of the players on that team, but At least a team like Buriram United, who started off looking a little bit shambolic, has started to show some glimmers of performance, but they still find themselves 20 points behind the top 8. So Erangel has to be big for quite a few of the teams down towards the bottom.
Yeah, we saw so many clear moments here inside of both Rondo as well as Tego, but I believe moving into Wrangle, both of these teams who might actually find themselves in all these weird situations will have a better stable start once we move that into a map that everybody feels a lot more comfortable playing out from. So of course the tempo will be vastly different. We don't have to worry about, looking over onto all these high valleys from Miramar all the way up to, what we just played out early on Rondo. So perhaps we get to also see them actually go for direct 4 versus 4s in some of all these matches. So we'll have to see as we're waiting for the lobby to be played out. So of course, looking at the current trajectory for all these teams, Cerberus Esports so far is definitely getting themselves a pretty comfortable over onto the course of day 2, where, day 1, I was kind of concerned for them for a couple of rounds, and then maybe later portions that they start to actually show up again. So Cerberus still, of course, proving to be one of the best in APAC for a very good reason. While middle pack, though, when we take a look at Roy Esports, they've been looking rather interesting because they haven't been the flashiest players out there, but they've always gotten beautiful positions in every map that they play.
There has been a remake, in case you're wondering why we're still here, but you're absolutely right. I mean, Cerberus definitely has shown signs, but then they've also shown the opposite end of the spectrum, like the previous game, where things just fall flat on their face. It's just been inconsistent, I think, and that's always been the big problem for teams out of APAC. Sometimes when you go to an international stage, it kind of works. You can play a more consistent style. You can do what R8 does back when they were Valley Thai at PGS 3 and 4, or what TDT did at PGS 5 and 6, where you sort of play a little bit slower, hold your control on the edge, similar to what we saw from TDT on Rondo. Maybe it's a lower kill game, but you're still getting the placement points, and that is enough to kind of carry you through. But here we're in APAC. So you try and play slow, you try and play control, and suddenly there's a 4-man HAPPIE squad just sending it at your compound and Panzerfaust. It's like, all right, well, I guess that's not going to work. So sometimes it's tough. It's definitely tough for APAC teams to adapt to the global lobby, and then for the teams that have some global experience to adapt back to APAC. Maybe that's why we see teams like Cerberus or eArena struggling a little bit on day number 1 and then coming back looking so strong at other times. But the teams that this is their first sort of run out at the international stage, it's definitely a bit of a big culture shock, especially to come out of a region like Vietnam, where everyone just loves TDMing, and then you come out here and Thai teams are actually throwing grenades at you, and it's like, well, what do we do against this? It's a bit of a learning curve, and some of the teams have stepped up to fill in some of that gap. MG Gaming have been particularly impressive so far throughout this, even with the younger academy players, Virtues and Ninja 2K, previously of Cerberus and the Expendables Academy. They've had a bit of competitive experience under their belt, but neither of them made it quite as far as the main roster on a permanent basis. Ninja 2K did have an appearance at a PGC event that didn't go great. They got 16th place in the grand finals, and after he made the move off the roster, it's just he's found himself a new home, and so far MG Gaming looking pretty good.
Yeah, they definitely look pretty splendid, especially that first round. They've been able to actually stack plenty of points, and you're pretty spot on the play styles of the Vietnamese region PVS, and also how Thai squads absolutely love going in for those utility usage, and just like how Daytrade has executed back in Miramar. Looking at the PMS as well, where I guess, of course, Decimate being the outlier, where you have some really sharpshooters on their side. They're a little bit more on the technical side, where you could see similar patterns coming in from Xavage Men as well as Roy Esports. They're about hunkering down best spots possible, and then only till then were they confident enough to actually take up flight. So even despite having that form of mindset, they are not really finding that golden C word of consistency that we've been looking out for some of all these teams. So I guess that's the beauty of APAC, that form of diversity, where when they're faced with pretty much all these challenges, has definitely molded some of the top players in the world, where of course the Expendables have proven it in the global stages.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be boring if this was like EMEA where Twisted Minds wins everything. You know, we gotta mix it up a little bit out here. And I think when we get into the finals, we might even see a little bit more of that kind of situation as well. I think there's a reason, even when you get to global events and teams like Twisted Minds, sometimes they take a while to warm up and get into events, particularly when they skip through this portion of the event. There is no group stage here, so the teams that will be competing in the grand finals are coming in pretty cold. They might have played some scrim series here or there, but they haven't just come back off fresh from a week of competing up against some of the teams that will be in this lobby. They're gonna be able to study some of the maps and have a look at some of the rotations, but they don't have the experience of directly facing up against it. So a team like AGG, which is full of big name fraggers and they could probably 1v1 any squad in the world, you put them in a lobby like this and say, okay, you have to play a little bit sensible, you gotta take some lessons from these games. I wouldn't be all too surprised to see them struggle a little bit off the start, but that's when you start to see the prowess of these teams the further and further we get into these competitions. That's what's so good about these longer form competitions, because it's not just about, okay, this team got lucky circles, they had a really good day one and now they're through and someone else is eliminated. It's you have to do it consistently for 3 days here, 4 days in the finals, and that's going to be extremely rough when we add in the tougher competition that we already have.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, initially I was also pondering, like, is it actually a big advantage that you're in the top 8 cut already and you don't really have to play that many games as compared to those who have to make the cut through the play-ins? But then again, when we think about it, there's potentials where the teams that make it from the play-ins are solely contesting you for the same drop spots. There's also going to be all these teams who are already pretty much fired up. But of course, 4 days of the finals is just about enough time to actually see how they would be able to adapt to all these form of adversities. And finally, we got ourselves ready for our another round to close off day 2. So 2 back-to-back runs here inside Wrangle to see who will be able to top the board and then hit into the 3rd day to close off 6 final games remaining here in the playing stage.
Wrangle, a big successful battlegrounds on day number 1 for the Tin Soldier and Cerberus Esports, who picked up the wins in either of those games that we saw kicking off. One on the eastern side of Rozhok was a big points gatherer for a couple of teams. Xavage men were fighting their way through, getting everything they could. Roy Esports had a decent time on Wrangle as well. There's so many teams that are just desperate for any points that they can get. The Tin Soldier, HAPPIE squad, R8 Esports, all around 10-15 points away from that all-important cutoff point of 8th place, which is currently held by Xavage Men Esports. Still not been able to get the fires burning today. They've slipped even further down from their starting point of day 2 in 3rd place. So hopefully some of that day 1 Wrangle form can bring that back and start to turn their fortunes around after being overtaken by MG and TDT today.
Yeah, looking at the middle pack, one slip up, they will slide even further down from what it looks like to me, where in that span round, even with 15 over points, if Roy Esports is still finding themselves sliding, then they got to do a whole lot more heading into these matchups. But we've seen what they are capable of, and of course, there definitely will still be some interesting plays that will be formed up by all the 16 teams here in the lobby. Can't get more excited for this as we're diving right in.
Diving right into a Wrangle we go as the players go diving out of the plane. We're going directly across the military base by the looks of things, which is worrying signs for anyone who likes to be alive for more than 83 seconds in a match of PUBG, because military zones is one of the worst things you could possibly have, other than maybe urban endings, which we have seen a lot of. To be fair, I mean, we keep talking about consistency for some of those teams. It's hard. It's damn hard to be consistent when zones are sending you into El Pozo, into San Martin, and now very high potential that this is sending them over to the military island, where 4 teams have already hopped out of the plane, started making their way to claim whatever territory they can find on Sosnovka, and the rest of the teams are just hoping they would rather see the Gatka circle that that you've been longing for.
Yeah, at least for us spectators, we will have some interesting action going on, whether it goes in the island or even out of the island, because now that we have 4 teams on board around Sonaska, there's bound to be some action once they do get their way across the bridge, or perhaps they're already having some battles of their own where we see some strange shots coming in from Zen as well as Happy Squad, but I don't think there's much to be done from that distance. But over onto the Gatco region, we're also looking at Daytrade, R8 to be around that vicinity. Now, it's kind of like a half and half, but I do think that this will still skewer into the Sonaska military base, but perhaps it might even pay off for FW Esports, who's currently in that military sector. So they're kind of deciding in between what should they do this time around.
Annoyingly, there is an argument for staying on the mainland and waiting to see, just in case this does shift back. It's a little less likely. You're probably looking at maybe a 70-30 split of this going probably north side of the military island, in and around those hills. You'll see a whole lot of those zones if you continue watching in esports, as there's so many different regional tournaments happening. PWS is going on. Korean teams are scrapping and all getting dunked on by DN Freaks. And you've got like the EMEA series, Americas, PCL starting up as well. So much PUBG action as everyone is trying to decide who is going to be making it to those global series in roughly a month's time. And a military island is not going to make that task any easier for any of our teams, but if we flip the script, put it the other way around, if this does shift off the military island, all the teams who have already committed to that being their drop spot are going to have a tough time. If anyone finds an e-pickup, hold on to it. See what phase 2 does before you make any harsh or rash decisions.
Yeah, that will be the most valuable loot that they can actually find inside the island if there's any on board. But pretty sure that if you're looting off an area like military base for Happy Squad, you should be able to see one lying around. Whereas for NKT, at least they do have a little bit more of a safe space around the northern region where they could still make that early dip around the bridge sector, whether if they want to camp it out, if it does move into the island, or perhaps just take that radio tower and just slowly spray onto anybody over onto these corners. So there's plenty of big decisions to be made by all of our teams on board eArena. So far, just hanging out inside Pachinki, still by the rim of the zone, no matter where it goes. So long as you're in Pachinki, you're always going to be getting that phase 1 circle for most part. So we'll see what they do with it, though. eArena, so far, feeling comfortable at the top.
Yeah, I don't know if they feel too comfortable in Pachinki, though. It's very weird to see the Crazy Rabbits out here in Pachinki. They're normally a Ferry Pier team, but they are one of 3 in this lobby. So it makes sense that they've gone for a bit of an alternative drop spot. And with maybe the knowledge that Happy Squad is alt dropping down towards the western side of Military Island, they're happy to claim Pachinki for themselves. It's still a solid loot spot. You can see that by the amount of level 3 vests flying around on the squad. As FW, they're committing. They're going over the bridge from Milta down towards the south. NKT loves to set a trap, and they've done that exact thing here as the shots flying through, not landing anything onto Tonke. A bit more damage needed. Raze in the drive-by, forcing them to keep their head down, but a big headshot onto his driver. But nothing coming through for NKT. Can't get enough damage in the right places to secure any knocks. But that's going to be a warning sign for anyone else looking to cross that bridge.
Yeah, and NKT, perhaps if they can actually get a couple more space for them to extend through the hillside, then they would be able to actually get more angles to actually work around to pick off other teams that will be moving across. But now with FW's presence, it's definitely going to be a little bit harder to do. Cerberus Esports, they are going on foot, so I'm not too sure where will they end up. Well, FW dives right into a trap set by the side of Happy Squad. Ia now dealing with 2. He might be able to shut everybody down with this M249. That's already 3 in the books for Ia. Now looking for an entire squad wipe with an ace. And just like that, FW is already out with a bang.
And he actually got it as well. And the celebration is for Algenbots just to put him down. That's unfortunate, but he does manage to get the 4 kills required. That M249, no reload needed. Evil Patrick with a mutant, putting in the supportive fire to take down Nicel to try and keep his squad mate alive after Ia does what Tanadol failed to do in the earlier phases of today in Miramar. Gets the squad wipe. M249, no need to reload. Just hold down mouse 1 and FW sent straight back to the lobby.
Yeah, great control and overall happy squad. They definitely enjoyed this benefit of moving into the island as compared to what you've mentioned early on. They usually move inside the PGC, else they wouldn't have actually got this beautiful head start. But then again, though, there's still that off chance where it could still move back into the mainland. Just a scary thought that it could potentially happen. Whereas Zen Esports, they're also part of the Islanders, now visited by the rest of Cerberus Esports, contesting for the hill. Imcut spots out Ken's, sending a couple of bullets, and now they're going to be moving all together to try to take on this Lone Ranger. And now beautiful angles coming from Haisaki as he makes quick work of it.
I did wonder about what gave Cerberus so much confidence at taking the early cross over the river. The fact that they have a flare gun makes a lot of sense. They want to make sure they're in phase 2 for sure. They're not playing the risk reward. They're just going straight for as much as they can possibly get, and that's a freebie onto Zen, claiming their position as well. NKT this time, they do manage to make their bridge camp, putting more pressure down on towards Buriram, who does manage to lose one single player, getting through with 3 men strong. Zishuan under a lot of pressure as Haisaki is still looking to try and find him. They know there's more lurking around. They will have seen in the kill feed that Zen already lost one as well. And they want to try and find these last 2 points.
Certainly, and Haisaki being absolutely cautious from his position. Cerberus Esports so far turning on foot. It hasn't been all too easy with Zishuan camping out by the corner of the tree as Yimkari at least gets him pretty much covered well enough. So that's already 2 for the side of Cerberus Esports. Gonna be hunting out for the rest of Zen, who's pretty much far across. So a lot of footsteps to cover to be able to reach that said Zen Esports member. But at least they managed to get the claim over onto the outskirts of military base. But the longer they hold on, they would expect even more players to be visiting this territory as well. And Happy Squad, they're not too far off, so that could be another inbound battle for the rest of Cerberus Esports. Speaking of which, Xavage just landed directly onto Etwan. I didn't expect this one to be any form of good result for that Lone Ranger, but there is the rest of Savage Men cutting across as Lucky J is prepping up a grenade to be lopped right over on the side of Etwan, and eventually should be able to just shut down that Zen Esports member as he's already low. Not even sure if he's got just about enough resources to hold out while Savage Man carefully moves across. 5 HP left on the side of Upchen, and that will be pretty much it. Instead, it's Haisaki to be able to nail him from the other side of the hill.
Yeah, they saw the knock in the kill feed. They say, hey, this is the guy we're looking for. He's shooting over here. Let's go hunt him down. And then he handily gives over 2 knocks towards the X-Men. He does manage to get the point for Oliver, bleeding out eventually as well. Cerberus flexing out their position, flexing their muscles. And now X-Men, who did take an early E-pickup onto the hills, find themselves surrounded by both Cerberus and Happy Squad, who both made moves up towards the northern side. Very early on, they're stretching their zone control extremely thin to try and maximize whatever points they can get. Normally on a military island zone, you don't get the chance to do this, but because there is still the chance that this could go back north, teams are still holding on to their position on the mainland. There's normally no way that you would be able to walk out this far on hill without getting absolutely railed from all angles. So Happy Squad may be considering that now in their positioning, hearing that emergency parachutes are being called in. 10 seconds until the zone shift. 2 E-pickups being called to bring a couple of teams over towards the military island. Let's see whether that pays off. Of course it does.
Yeah, and a lot of all these teams over onto the Sinafka hillside is definitely benefited by staying directly in the center of this hard shift. So whoever is taking a slow approach, whether it's eArena, they gotta slowly make their journey via those vehicles. For those who have called for the emergency pickup, then that's perfect for them. But if they were to land over on the hillside, just like how Savage Men did, they're definitely in for a little bit of a treat. While the rest of Happy Squad, so far, starting off great with those 5 kills that they had. Of course, EA had a whole lot of work to do with that M249 to put them on the map. We see a flare gun being called out, and that's supposed to be the side of TTS.
Look at the mini-map. 3 E-pickups, all heading over this direction. 40k took one all the way from South George. They've been tanking the blue zone a little bit, but boosted up enough to heal back to reasonable enough levels, but there's a couple others. Windy Gaming have their e-pickup in play as well, looking to try and find any sort of positions, and look how spread those pink squares are all the way down there. And now with the fact that ForTanker have been in their parachute for so long, Windy Gaming is actually underneath them. They've already hopped out. They've got less distance to travel to make it down towards the ground, so 40k maybe taking that into consideration when they make their jump, seeing that Marcus has already pulled his parachute stupidly high into the air, doing some scouting from above, trying to find angles for himself to try and get any sort of touchdown to land. ForTanker making the most of the opportunity, while Happy Squad are distracted and dropping directly into their compound, going straight for the fight. uDirt with a drop shot, level 3 gear or not, 10 trip gets absolutely styled on.
Oh my goodness, Happy Squad, they were just hoping for some really adventurous shots over onto the rest of these guys on the emergency pickup, but they did not spot ForTanker landing right across, and just like that, 10 trip just got singled out, but the other members of Happy Squad are willing to actually look for a little bit more of a trade. They managed to get the knock. That's actually going to be Jim Cup does get the shot over onto
no.
And Jatin also slowly wearing down. Now it's once again down to Ia to pull a stop to this.
And they've spotted a vehicle as well. They know that there's 2 knocks over there. They know that EA is 1 man standing. They want to head over there, grab these points while they can. They've even found another vehicle as well. Happy Squad, they were spreading themselves too thin. They were tunnel visioning onto the parachute, did not notice the parachutes flying in on the opposite side. And now ForTanker are looking to punish them for that mistake. They need these points, and they're going for them.
Oh, wow. Great attempt coming from Ia to just preemptively nade some of all these areas, but not quite enough to take the rest of these ForTanker members. And look at Hisaki. He wants in as well, as he's rushing up against the rest of the ForTanker members. But are they going to be able to get anything done at all? Hisaki now comes close, drops a blue zone grenade, and now on the hunt. Can he find Long K though? All these smoke screen is getting them pretty much well covered enough for them to trade right back.
Yeah, this is the opposite end of the spectrum. Cerberus does not need these points. They have enough that they feel safe enough that they're already going to be qualified to the top 8. So they're just limit testing right now. They're pushing whatever they can find. He knows he got a knock in the house behind him. Now just aware that a revive might be coming through. So he's creeping forwards to try and clear out the building. Does catch one, expects the second to be revived. Hip firing around the corner. That 3 gear once again not saving uDirt, as it was him who got the drop, took the 3 gear originally with the drop shot, but Hisaki's hip fire, too much for him to contend with.
That crazy push coming from Hisaki absolutely paid off, and now he's also drawing a little bit more attention from the hillside where Xavage Man has been camping out. Upchan sending those stray bullets, and now it's only 18 HP left, and that nade lands perfectly as Hakai got him down on his knees. Well, this is definitely going to be a little bit more tricky. Cerberus, like you said, limit testing, and now find themselves in Hatsu.
I think it really shows the personality of the players that it's Hisaki and Lambao who are like, guys, there's kills over there, let's go sprint at them. And then it's the sensible players of Imkudi and Sololzi who are like, we might just hold down this zone position. You guys go have fun, get what you can. 6 points, still very solid amount of points for them to have grabbed from that entire scenario. And there's still potential for more with Sololzi and Imkudi holding down their spot towards the center. But eArena now making their late move out of Pachinki. They typically play the West Bridge, Ferry Pier sort of area as their drop spot, so normally they get across early, but playing late seems to be working out for them so far, not under any pressure. Spotting another E pickup as MGG use it for a little bit of scouting, and Sololzi still stacking up the points. TDT trying to escape from the watchful eyes of all of the enemies directly into the 3-headed dogs.
Yeah, it seems like the chill guys of Cerberus Esports did actually benefit a whole lot more, though of course Hisaki got those hefty amount of points back in their favor. So they will carry on their journey with only these 2 members, and now find themselves pretty much dead center into the island as well as the upcoming zones. 80 and the rest of Buriram United, they were sweeping over onto the far eastern sector, and now find themselves, or should I say south side, where they would be joined by the rest of Daytrade. That's going to be Belmoth that will be able to secure himself a huge region of control over onto this side of the military base. Whereas eArena, upon arrival, now they find themselves up the hillside to go up against potentially these MGK gaming members who's been hiding out for quite a long time.
I would like to apologize to the map before where I said it's pretty insane how we have more players dead by phase 4 than we had on the urban ending later on. Now we have more players dead by halfway through phase 3. What we had, half the lobby has already perished. We're 16 minutes into the game. It's a military island in APAC. We kind of had to expect it, really. But now the zone will finally get rid of whatever water remains, and it's likely to be directly onto the head of Imkudi and Sololzi's compound, straight there. Sololzi might want to fall back, get back into those buildings, because there's going to be pressure from all angles very, very soon.
Yeah, I'm really wondering how are they supposed to defend this, especially all the other teams have better squad strength, while Lucky J hoping to try his luck up against the rest of WDG, but Rip was ever ready to just unleash all these clips of the AUG. Windy Gaming adds one more pointer on the block. Still more to go before they do get themselves into the safety of the top 8. So potentially they could still play for a good top 4 from their position, so long as they manage themselves just fine defending some of these compound, while the rest of Xavage men so far got themselves really active early, but unfortunately not even finding a single point of a kill thus far.
Yeah. Yep, 7th place TDT, 0 points. 8th place, a one-man standing, 0 points. Roy Esports, 9th place, 0 points. That mid-pack has got nowhere in terms of stacking up any points, and the teams down 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th place are getting something on the board, at least starting to close that gap, even by just a little bit, but anything more they can find would be a massive boost. And if MG can find this knock onto Norins, he can't though. 6-7 has really been putting in the damage so far today, but this time Norins on the high ground, helmetless, still gets the better of him.
Yeah, now the rest of these MG members are slowly swarming right in. Norris can only hold for so long. He would be looking to regroup with the rest of eArena, but they're on the other side of the hill. Should be too problematic, especially with time being bought with the knock that he did secure early on. No further commitment is going to be too far of a risk for Norris to actually take. So, we'll hang around the blue zone for a little bit longer, as this is definitely going to be a very challenging task to flush that position away from eArena eventually.
They know with the grenades that there's more pressure to come from this side, and the blue zone will be dealing enough damage to make eArena's job much, much easier at holding them out. Zitua is just going to grab the AUZ and UAZ and head down south, maybe pick up a teammate or two while they try to make their way forwards. Upchen does get a knock, but can't confirm the flush. X-Men down 0 points for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Those teams will remain on the same tiebreaker that they had in the previous game. And now is the chance for R8, only a 2-man. TTS, 4 men strong. Buriram still with 3. They've got to convert and get some solid points on the board this game, but TTS already in a team fight up against NKT.
Yeah, they're moving in pretty aggressively, but just about enough smoke cover to just hide out for the moment as they trade right back, finding Metal D. Sadmass over onto the mini 14 in order to look for some catches through the trees, but he gets tagged out as well. We do see a glimpse of pulling out that Panther Faust, but this is not going to be an easy angle to be able to hit those kind of shots while the trades continue on. That blue now with a grenade, hoping to finish the job as the rest of NKT has been able to answer back. Having a little bit of dip, but the rest of NKT are moving into their vehicles to go for a wide wraparound, and this is going to be a very tight situation for the Tin Soldiers to survive. Hazel soaking all the damage. Luri's trying to take his own teammate. What's going on with eArena while we still focus on this fight? It's Hatsuwa down to 41. He does have those long ranges to cover up the rest of his teammates, but Todd, he's soaking some damage. Daytrade arrives on the corner and just takes over.
KT do love a bit of a sprint out into the blue zone. This time they tried to dive in front of TTS and cut off their angles, but Daytrade, hearing the commotion, swings over, takes NKT down from behind, but now TTS might be shortly to follow. Dat Blue down, but they are still 4 strong. Tanadol peeking up over the ridge line. Hatsuwat is still in play, but no longer as Tigger lands a grenade. And now TTS have to fight their way through Daytrade. They have to convert some points from this game. They've got 3 3 so far, 2 kills, and we are into the top 8. They've got a placement, but they desperately need more. They need to close this gap on towards the top 8. 3 teams getting 0 points is a huge opportunity, but Daytrade is making it next to impossible for them to convert.
Yeah, just like that, they overwhelmed the rest of NKT and looking to close it out up against these Team Soldiers, while Daisel just barely got any cover coming from the broken US, while he tries to drop a couple more nades towards Tigger, and now Silk's a couple more being tossed towards his end. He does notice that there's a couple of footsteps coming into his vicinity, while Theerathon shuts him out completely, looking for that double, and just like that, shuts down TTS.
Swept aside. Daytrade pushing up from out of the military island. The high ground in front of both teams. The backstab on NKT. Nothing that TTS can do. You kind of saw like the desperation. He was trying to check the bodies, hoping for any sort of utility that could help to bail him out of that situation. The fact that he had 450 bullets in his barrel tells you that there was nothing there for him to find apart from, well, just ADS and pray for and hope for the best, but what not to be. A big flank from Theerathon, 7 points on the board now as Daytrade look to make their push up. They've matched Cerberus in terms of the points they were picked up, but Cerberus was killed off by Buriram United, finished the job onto the 2 remaining members, and now Daytrade's positioning down towards the southeast gives them a massive opportunity to push in towards the top 2 and potentially beyond as well for themselves.
And it's been really tricky situations on every single map to be played out today. And this island ending is definitely giving everybody a tough time, including Z2, who's only got that foldable shield for cover, as he's the only member surviving for the side of MG Gaming for the moment. Circle pulls further into Buriram United's territory, so this could be very well a great game for them to recover from. We're stacking 3 points from those early scuffles that they had. Well, the only contestant that will be able to challenge them would be for TK at the moment. But also, don't forget about eArena. They've been staying very, very quiet for a long time, but probably will be pushing towards the direction of Buriram United in a short moment.
Buriram have claimed the center of the zone. They cleaned up Sololzi. They cleaned up Imkudi. They have to defend this spot. Folded shields is all the hard cover that remains. The buildings have been shifted away from Windy Gaming up towards their northeast or northwestern side as well. Threats on the opposite side. R8 tries to make a run out of there, but gets caught. Belmoth with the Dragunov from range sits down UNQ.
Oh, failing effort coming from Z2. He does actually get at least a point off of these eArena members, but Lerix quickly finishes the job. So now it's going to get a little bit quiet now that there's only 6 teams here in Phase 6. Though, of course, it's all the battle of the control for who would be the Canes of the Hill by the end of the round. So far, looking very likely for Buriram United, so long as they would be able to handle the pressure coming in from Daytrade. But seeing Daytrade with that backstab onto NKT as well as these members of what seem to be TDT, it's been very, very efficient for Daytrade on how they've been able to execute. Perhaps they could still be a very strong contender in this match.
It's really, really fortunate for the teams around that 8th place cutoff point that those directly behind them haven't had the best of times. R8 looks like they're not going to get too much out of this game. They get up to 6. They get 2 placement points on the board. That's all it's going to be. TTS, only 2 as well. Happy Squad now bringing up with 5 points to make yet another 3-way tie. 8 points behind the top 8 cutoff, but still Windy Gaming, Buriram, 4-tanker surviving in this match. They've got a chance to grab some points. Buriram United are taking absolutely 0 risks. They've got all the 3 gear they could possibly want, but they're lurking. They're waiting for Windy Gaming to push too far and make a mistake.
There's barely any room for cover as well. One good nade, I mean, just random toss coming out of anybody, that will be the whole team just wiped off from this current position. Speaking of which, now it's Jacob versus the rest of Daytrade, hoping to actually find a little bit of glimpse. Theerathon does have the cover of the rock, and it's just very, very tight areas to actually play off from. So I'm not too sure whether if eArena can actually survive out of this, because that will also attract the attention coming out of Buriram United if any of these squads start to make any form of noise. And speaking of which, they're ready with the utils. Tinker now looking to blind out Jacob, and they're looking for this push.
They must have seen the folded shield. They know he's here. The utility has come out, but Tanadol's been picked off. He tried to wrap around the side, get an angle. It's Marcus of Windy Gaming that actually puts a bit of a problem now in the hands of Daytrade. T-Doi even takes down Jacob as well. Windy Gaming's push over the side, making the use of Daytrade's utility. Steps up, but Lyric's taken out of the equation. Daytrade, they will have seen that knock in the kill feed. They will know that Windy is wounded, and Buriram's on the move as well now. They've got up out of their dip, and they're starting to make a push in this direction to capitalize.
Yeah, they're not wasting any more time, but even with the level 3 Gyros, they got taken down by 6, 7, 8, 9, but the trades come back in. Dipasy got him pretty much well covered up, so it's going to be a 1-for-1. Real's also landing that grenade just to secure it, while Tigger takes this opportunity to go upon Rip, while Buriram United, despite that push, they fall short.
Well, this is what makes APAC so damn difficult to be consistent. As soon as shots start getting fired, people start getting knocked, everyone is pushing the fight. 4Tanker have made the move out of their compound, stabbing Buriram in the back. Up to 7 kills and a top 3. The best game by far that we've seen out from this squad, despite losing a couple of players earlier on. But Daytrade still 4 men strong, Tigger being one of them, gets a couple knocks down. T-Doi taken out, Windy Gaming eliminated, and it's a 4 versus 2 against 4Tanker.
For TK, I wonder how would they actually get some advantages out of this full squad of Daytrade, where they're starting to actually secure half a portion of the map already, despite 4TK having prior knowledge onto having clear areas to work up in the north. Now HAPPIE finds himself just behind the tree, pretty much stuck where Belmont's already shooting directly at him, connecting that to the hip, and now looking for a push. Daytrade, they're wasting no time to actually wrap up this fight.
That was the advantage the 4TK had. 5 grenades to their name. Daytrade only had 1, but Flash uses it to finish off the damaged player. And the push comes through for Daytrade, sweeping the zone once again. This time, they're not going to make the mistake in a 4 versus 2. They clean up without conceding so much as a knock against 4Tanker. Still putting up a very solid performance, by far their best of the series, and they desperately needed a good game like that for 4TK to climb up the standings a little bit. But for Daytrade Gaming, this one was a bit of a victory lap. They're going to be pushing themselves all the way up, contesting with eArena for first place.
Yeah, and I believe that should be just about sufficient for them to actually take over, despite eArena also gathering quite a number heading into this round. Also being in the top 4 gives them just about enough placement points, but we shall see in a short moment. Daytrade made a lot of clean calls, especially that push onto NKT. That was beautiful with that backstep in order to secure so much of the points back onto their squad. And then when we take a look at the early game, there's definitely a whole lot of shenanigans all across the field. HAPPIE squad with Ia acing out the entirety of FW Esports was definitely a sight to behold.
And then immediately getting donked by his teammate from the back line as Celebration. Liked that part as well, but good job, Calbs. Well done. Probably didn't get much of a chance to talk his smack in the voice chat because he was immediately knocked. But that's just how it goes sometimes. They managed to get the revive, get some points on the board. Not too bad, but it's not enough to get them up towards the top 8 because that was a big problem. The teams that were holding on that 60-point margin, TDT, Xavage Men, Roy Esports, all getting picked off very early into this game with 0 points to their name. Nothing going for any of them, but no one able to capitalize and make the most out of the opportunity and push themselves up into that competition. But there's 3 teams now just 8 points behind. R8, HAPPIE Squad, the Tin Soldier. One more solid game to round out the day, and they're in the conversation as well. But this little solo push from Cerberus was unnecessary, pointless, but it's a lot of fun.
It definitely is. At least Hisaki walks away with those 4 corners. And despite the adversity of 4TK, where they've lost those 2 members so early on, they still managed to pull all the way into this top 2 finish. So definitely a much needed run for them to be able to recover, as they were placed in 15th before they've been able to secure a top 2 finish. So this was that point where NKT goes in for the direct challenge up against TTS, and then they were not expecting Daytrade at all, and that's where they met their demise, where Tado absolutely rocked the stages over on the top side of the hill, while eArena so far, having Lyrics to do a lot of the heavy lifting brought to the far western end, and then it came down to this situation where Lyrics really got nowhere else to go.
789, maybe if he wasn't using 3x, might have just spotted out Dynasty and been able to get another knock through, keep Buriram maybe alive as far as the top 3, but it wouldn't have lasted too much longer. They were cleaned up so quickly and then surrounded, outgunned, outnumbered. Not really anything 40k could do. The one flashbang, or the one frag grenade from Flash is enough to secure Daytrade their second win of the day, 13 kills, and that's going to put them right up at the top of the standings.
Yep, Tanadol so far, he's been flexing a whole lot of all these mortars back in Murmur, and here he's been showing us his prowess in close quarter combat to be able to deal the most damage out of the members of Daytrade. Of course, Tigre has always followed very closely as they have both garnered 5 kills apiece, and that totals up to a total of 23 points, as this will be their second chicken dinner here within the span of 2 days' run.
This one, equal in terms of kills, roughly in the ones that they got last time. Tanadol this time converting much more of his damage into kills. No more 2 kills, 900 damage for him. Although, to be fair, a lot of it was with mortars, so it's not real damage anyway. But 32% contribution, 4 knocks for Tanadol. Big portion of that came as Daytrade made that call to sweep up the eastern side of the zone, clean up the fight between NKT and TTS, take full control of that area, hold out behind them, leave R8 with no options, no way out of the military base, and then played the low ground so effectively as they crept their way up towards eArena, just in time for them to get stabbed in the back by Buriram and Windy Gaming. 23 points, a big game for Daytrade. Not their biggest so far in the tournament, but this was by far the biggest game for both 40k and Windy Gaming, teams that desperately need as many points as they can get, so it's good to finally start seeing them get into the double digits.
Yeah, it's just a great sight to behold. Well, for TK, they at least make a couple of steps to climb upwards. And then we think about the situation that all these teams had inside of the Sanoska military base, where everyone's fighting for those kills. Those who actually end up to be dead center very early on were the ones to be picked off first. So it's sad to see even NKT, despite their efforts, they got pretty much stalled upon, and now they're currently sitting at the 4th place. But Daytrade, they have finally been the only team that's hit that triple digit with a 101.
Yeah, welcome to Grand Finals, Daytrade. That's well above the cutoff point that we projected, and it's not too much of a surprise to see that it's Daytrade who will be the first to hit that triple-digit margin. Other teams not too far behind, eArena getting right up there, and Cerberus did manage to get some points on the board so far today as well in the previous match. Not quite as many as the game 1 win that they had, but they've still got one more opportunity on Erangel coming up for game number 6. And this could be a big game that decides a lot coming into the final day. Momentum is such a key factor in a game like PUBG. If you can start building up your confidence now, it's going to bode extremely well. And there's so many teams that are so tightly packed in the center of the pack. One win, even if it's not a huge one, something like TDT had on Rondo, a 5-kill win, that's going to give you enough separation that you're going to start feeling a little bit better about it coming into day number 3.
True enough, and now that they've already got that Sanoska ending out of the way, things can only get better from here, right? I mean, unless I'm absolutely wrong and it's like, okay, let's go round 2 island again, then I'll be damned. I don't know what to say then. So, well, at least all these teams so far have been playing so many of all these tough finishes, and I guess that when we take a look at even WDG to be able to at least bounce back up a little bit more, get some decent trading done. So it's been a really good look for those who have definitely shown signs of struggle back in day 1 to be able to recover from, but they will really have to just keep garnering about 3-4 points per round, or maybe slightly higher, because there's that deficit to cover up back in day 1 for them to eventually beat the rest of the pack. So it's still going to be a tough task, and if you were to crash at 1 round, it might just even be over.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough now, leaving it this late to start mounting a comeback, to start developing a bit of a run. Again, if we're putting this cutoff point roughly at around the 95, mid-90s point mark. We're talking 10 points per game for Fortanker to get there in tomorrow's games. But they did just pick up 10 points in this game. So do that every game for the rest of it and they're in with a shot. But that's so tough to do. Not even the teams who are up in the triple digits by this point have been that level of consistency. But it's what you need. It's what needs to happen if they are to make the miraculous run. Mathematically, it is still possible. Realistically, it might just be a little bit too tough. They're not that far behind some of the teams who do still stand a solid chance, but there's so many of them ahead of them that if they have a good game, if a team like HAPPIE Squad or maybe R8 picks up a win, then it just gets that much harder. The goalposts are going to be continually moving, and catching up is going to be such a difficult task.
True enough. And I guess like with some of all the other teams who also have a little bit of slump today, some of these names which we have seen to be able to actually get high volume of frags per round are starting to slow down their pace because they just have about enough. I guess it just leaves a lot of room for opportunities out there for all these other guys to be able to play catch up. So no pressure for the current top 5, I would dare say at the moment. Maybe still a little bit for FW Esports because they were around that 60-point margin as well when they kicked off this round inside of Wrangle. Now, I guess there's just a whole lot more to be done out there, even for the likes of Buriram. This round, we saw them actually going for proactive moves, and even when they were calling the shots, it wasn't a clean call that kind of resulted in them not really maximizing their points, despite that to be perhaps something that they could have actually taken over, where Daytrade as well as eArena were being kept busy upon each other. So a little bit of a lost chance, but at least it was a top 4 finish for the side of BRU to be able to still upkeep some of all these score lines. So we'll have to see what do they make out of the final game of the night.
Definitely been a more successful day for Buriram. Still not outstanding by any means, but 29 points already has exceeded their day 1 tally. We've still got one more chance. If they could convert it into a win, then we could say, okay, this was a good day for Buriram. They're looking solid coming into the final day. One team where that is definitely not the case, though. One of our first place tied contenders yesterday, NKT, 17 points so far on the day across the previous 5 matches. That is the 4th worst performance in the lobby so far. So maybe it's coming back to bite them. That style where they favor the kills, going for aggressive fights, not really caring too much about blue zone or placements or any of that boring stuff. It's not working out. They're not winning their fights the same way that they were in yesterday's matches. Xavage men down on 12 points as well. That's 2nd lowest. Only Zen Esports underperforming that total. And that's a big reason why they've been slipping down the standings as well, where it's been the other teams that have started to stack up points, get themselves up. MG Gaming on 34 points today, another pretty solid performance out of them, a team that still weren't really expected to come in looking so strong. No surprise to see that it's Cerberus and Daytrade Gaming tied for the most points on the day with 56 each. So there's a little bit of like a consolation medal, if you can say, hey, we got more points than you today. That's kind of cool. But there's only one game left to decide that, and hopefully Haisaki and Lambao can keep themselves on leashes and stop sprinting into random team fights if they want a chance of making that happen.
Yeah, that is something that I'd at least expect coming out of Cerberus Esports. But yeah, we saw limit tests coming out of some of all these players, and looking at the current standpoint, they got not much to lose, so they get carry on to limit test if they really want to. NKT, however, perhaps, you know, with other teams making adjustments, some of all these shock factor surprises that they had back in day 1 definitely is not going to be fooling some of these guys who have done just about enough prep. Now moving back into Wrangle once more, we're seeing so many different variations of ending already, and now I wonder where else would it end up. I guess we haven't really seen too much of a fight over North Point. That's something that I'm definitely excited for.
Oh, what? You're cheating on Gatka? Oh my goodness, I can't believe
a
it. I expected better of you. But I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be too upset with either of those zones. Let's just not have another melee base, because I mean 30 players alive at 16 minutes is kind of daft. And that was game 5. That wasn't even game 6 numbers. So let's see what we've got. Give some of these players a chance to actually play their own game, be consistent, because so far some of the endings we've had, it's been kind of like playing with the training weights on. They've been weighing down their boxing gloves by taking them, dipping them in El Pozo and San Martin and military bases. They're heavy. They're made of lead right now. So if you give them a nice, normal, standard circle to play from, oh man, their performance is going to be insane.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine how well some of these guys would actually do. They do get those stock center area zoned, and there's definitely going to be a whole lot more action that we're getting that's going to be fair for all. And of course, we only got less than 10 seconds from here on to see who will take the final chicken dinner home to end day 2 with a big smile on their face. So without further ado, let's move right into the match.
Erangel, or as the Vietnamese casters would call it, Izangel, for our final match of the day, game number 6. And it's going to be a big point differential for any of the teams still around that mid-pack. It's always going to be the focus. Top 8 is our cutoff point, and it will always be where we're focused because it's always going to be close. We said it's probably going to be 1 point between them, 2 points, 3 points. Someone's going to miss out by the narrowest of margins. Right now, there is literally no margin between the teams. It's placement points tiebreaker that is keeping Xavage men just barely clinging on to that 8th place position above Roy Esports. And this flight path is looking annoyingly similar to the one we just had, just in the opposite direction. Military base for game 6 might actually be something of a reality.
Oh boy. I guess that we're just gonna run it back if that's going to be the case, but we'll see in a short moment. There's plenty of all these teams who are looking for very similar dropping points. Cerberus Esports dangerously close to MGG, but I do believe that they're a little bit well prepped up to take on some of these guys by the corners of Farm and the Potato Hills as well. So Lulzy on that extension where they could potentially spot Vanny. This time around, it does cover slightly into the islands, but we're definitely inbound for perhaps a very pure or even the Coriander.
Zone Machine has made its choice. It wants Daytrade to win the race of who gets more points today between themselves and Cerberus. Cerberus do enough to scare MGG away, and of course it's Hisaki and Lambao again. They've just picked up a gun, got in a car, and started chasing them down. Enut might be in some danger, but I think it's the parachute that they're still seeing from Z2, 65657. They're going to go chasing after him, try to find him, catch him out before he can get into the compound. Not going to spot him. They didn't quite see that parachute just above his head. Z2 was right there. Enot, I don't know if he has a gun. He went to loot a shack. Maybe he does. Oh, he's going to go straight over the top of him. No, Lambert. Oh, no. No way he checks. He doesn't have a gun. Hisaki had the weapon. Oh, no. Oh, no, Lambert. What? All right, well.
I don't know what to make out of it.
Well, see you tomorrow, fellas. Go enjoy your Heidi Lau or maybe Shivago. They do enjoy that restaurant. MG Gaming, 2 free points, and MG will not complain about that. That puts them a little bit of separation between themselves and FW, and crucially, 2 points further ahead of that horrible, nasty, congested 7th to 9th spot, meaning that a couple more teams are going to have to get some more points on the board if they want to overtake them and push them out of the final spot. They can really say their thank you for Cerberus Esports for getting super over-aggressive and chasing.
Yeah, for a certain point of time, I thought that Enut really didn't have any form of weapon at all, and they were just praying that's going to be the case, but even they themselves were hoping to run over those members who was dropping over the hill, and Enut well equipped enough with that vector to just quickly claim those 2 freebies. So yeah, once again, Cerberus Esports overheated once more, letting on an auspicious number, 88, for I mean, some believe that to be very lucky numbered, but obviously these teams don't want to be stagnant on that same number. If they were able to pass
that
it.
makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it's a lucky number, so they have to stay here. I understand. Good IGLing, Haisaki. Great job.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason why he picked up those 4 points early on, just to keep this right now. But NKT definitely looking for improvements as they're just by the edge of Novo. Going to be taking their boat, but do they go from one pier to another, chasing onto the bigger boat this time around? Well, actually, it's going to be wrapping over onto the far corners of Milta Power. That's definitely going to be safe because the flight trajectory was leaning towards the western corner map, whereas they're going on the opposite direction, peculiarly enough.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure they're well aware. They tried to bridge camp FW in the previous game. Didn't quite work out, didn't get the kill points, but they know, all right, yeah, we kind of poked the bear a little bit. FW is probably bridge camping us on the other side now that we've seen this zone shift. So they're going to take the ultra safe route, which for NKT is super uncharted territory, by taking a boat all the way around up towards Milta Power, Lipovka, grab some of the hard spawns out from there and go for a extra wide wrap all the way around north and come in on the northwestern side of the zone. They're going to be driving for a while. That's why they've set off early. A couple of level 1 helmets. Ideal loot, not quite there for them, but they've got a long way to go. So hopefully they can do a bit of looting on a uncontested western side of the zone when they eventually get there.
Yeah, and they're just going to have a really slow start, and to your point, absolutely make a whole lot of sense as FW definitely wants a little bit more of a payback time. Happy Squad's on boats as well. At least they're much closer to the zone. They're already in the corners of the island. Just hoping to perhaps traverse onto the edge of Primos, but they really have to get by safely by bypassing the areas of Fairpier, which has been booked by a couple of teams already. Or the last I've checked, it's been TDT that's around that region. Well, speaking of TDT, they're already on the exchange up against eArena.
Great news for Happy Squad. That means TDT is occupied, busy, and potentially dead, as Norins is sprinting forwards with a Scar L, so probably not going to die. But he does have 4 grenades, so maybe TDT does have to worry about something after all. He's lurking. Zizzy, once again, creeping his way around in typical Zizzy fashion, trying to find a way to stab them in the back. Van is aware, though. He's watching out for it. He gets caught. Norins peeks up over the top, does just about get the trade before he has to duck down from cover as Sapao, John were putting the shots forward. Hwangep has fallen, though. It's down to a 2 versus 2. A hand on the revive for Jacob, and Norins does still have a Panzerfaust to try and bring into play.
I was staring at the minimap, and here comes the rest of Cerberus Esports. Though they're only left with 2 members, the M249 is in the hands of Imkudi. And this might just be pretty lethal up against TDT, who's well unaware, and the nades fly in, and the rest of TDT slowly getting shredded out. And eArena, they're absolutely happy that there's just about enough assistance coming out of Cerberus.
If Sapao was half a second slower, he dies to that grenade. It left him on single-digit hit points. And Imkudi trying to put another one over the top. He's going to maybe get some damage to Lyrics. No, slightly too far. Sapao's just ducking down in the trench between Cerberus and eArena right now. But it's looking like another 0-point game for TDT. Lyrics peeking up over the top, almost catching sight of him, but not quite. If he gets any sort of glimpse, he's got 2 grenades that he could just underhand over, and Sapao will be sent to the Shadow Realm. But he's the last hope for TDT, but he doesn't have much of a hope of surviving this situation at all.
If he's lucky enough, he might be able to pick at least one of these members out there. That could easily be Jacob. He's poking and prodding from the corners, but he's just gonna stay still until push comes to shove. While Cerberus Esports, they've done just about enough poking. They're also falling back. Happy enough with that 1 pickoff. So Imkudi is just gonna look for the other side of the shack out of their pier to call home.
They ruined Haisaki's plan of staying on 88 points forever. And now Sapao's been spotted as well as eArena. Note that Cerberus have disappeared. Norins is about to make Sapao disappear. Never mind, Zizzy gets there first. He gets to hold on to the Panzerfaust. Maybe keep that here. If anyone tries to drive in later on, you can just bop 4 people instantly. That's a nice little bit of, let's call it utility, to have in the back pocket for eArena when defending this area. But It does mean that the likes of Happy Squad, who were hoping that a team like eArena and TDT wouldn't be lurking anywhere close to the bridge or ferry pier on the bridges, they're going to be able to make their way onto the mainland uncontested, as even Daytrade was lurking, looking to get involved on the edges of that fight, but losing one player means they're not too interested in getting involved. They ain't no Cerberus Esports. They're going to actually kind of play the game.
Yeah, good to actually see them try FW Esports. They got plenty of all these high bridges to actually work with, and now slowly peppering these members of MG Gaming down. Oh, still a really scary situation where they don't really get some clean angles to actually work off against the rest of these FW members, and now starting to actually find Banana One, but not really hitting it beautifully, as Zitwa still needs to actually get this one sorted off. But they're also checking that there is another member on the other side, so they've got just about enough intelligence to actually see if they could slowly wear them down.
Just not finding the angles, but they at least get the smokes up so that they can grab the revive. FW had them fully surrounded, and they are going to make their way further in towards the zone, as it will be popping in just a few seconds. There's NKT with their convoy of vehicles wrapping all the way around to the west, where Windy Gaming are making their way in super far on the western coast. 2 emergency parachutes. 4 Tanker is going to look for somewhere to try and make landfall, as is Zen. Options are still available if they go further to the west, particularly on the south, playing in from sort of Primorsk area. They might even get a vehicle if they do that, as Daytrade didn't quite stretch that far for their initial drop, so there should still be a hard spawn available. But instead, 40K is going to drop onto Daytrade's roof and try and take the vehicles directly underneath them, and Flash hits the deck. Long K secures his flush. Tigger goes down as well, and Daytrade Gaming, they might be trying to play sensibly and play the game, but this is Vietnam we're talking about. 40K is going straight in.
Oh, yeah, and Tanel got good enough for a little bit of trade, but he found himself with only 15 HP left. The rest of 40K will definitely swarm in, as they're already bombarding every corner of the top deck. Tanel only with this barrel. We'll see if he'll be able to actually catch at least one of these guys out there. Jetin will be revived first and foremost before they go in for that further commitment. Well, here comes Tanel, just parkouring around, hoping to eventually get out of this tough shack. While X-Men, they're now dealing with the rest of the members of R8 in the warehouse.
Are they dealing with them, or are they being swept aside once again? UNQ around the side lines them up with the hip fire, the headshots, and X-Men, just like TDT, the second game in a row, 60 points. They had this at the end of game 4, and that's what they'll have at the end of game 6 as well. Another chance now for those teams to catch up the points, and with R8 being the team to wipe them out, that's 4 points closer to the top 8, and X-Men and TDT can do nothing but watch.
Wow, absolutely crazy on what we're actually getting for our very final game. For Tanker, finally sniffs out Tanel. There's not many space for him to run towards, so that's the end for Daytrade, this time with 0 points. eArena has well overtaken them, as they've already secured themselves those 4 mission points, and we're definitely looking to see how much deeper of a run could this actually get for the bunnies of eArena.
Cerberus could have like a 50-point game from here, maybe. Maybe as a two-man. They could still do it. But eArena is definitely looking like they're going to be entering the final day in first place. That will be a huge boost towards them, as the new global partner team not making it to the direct qualification slots for finals, just at least making sure that they dominate in the phase 1 play-ins, make sure they're topping the leaderboards. Big boost in terms of confidence for them. Khan has found himself a glider, and I'm concerned that there is players underneath him that he might just parachute on top of for the 3rd time. But he's still just doing some scouting for the rest of NKT. They haven't opted to go all the way around as far as the west. They are still lurking on the eastern side of zone, which means that despite their wide wrap, they are going to still be entering into the most congested parts of the map, as Cerberus are pulling out everything in the strat book to try and, I don't know, freak out their opposition as much as possible.
We've seen almost everything out of Cerberus Esports, now going scuba diving as well, just to make the end of Fairy Pier. So I guess that kind of checks out on how they will be able to still get themselves some good portions of the circle for the meantime. Talke does get the catch over onto Megloss, as that's going to be a little bit of that battle happening around the corners of Buriram.
I've seen them. How have they been seen? Have they been spotted, heard? Like, how did they know they're there? Oh, the Navy SEALs of Cerberus. They're going to get up on top of the rocks. They've got a close range 2 versus 2. Zishuan not landing the shots. Imkudi gets the first. Nicel with the trade, though. Has to drop down because his health is dipping very low.
You get some couple of grenades as well as some good angles working well for Nicel to actually secure it. So I guess that they broke that number of 88, adding another 2 points to the block and call it a day.
I still have no idea how they knew they were coming to be pre-nading them. Maybe they heard swimming sounds. I don't know if that's even possible, honestly.
How does that even sound?
Well, they've a little splash, but at least the gunshots, they do make noise. Happy has heard those, and they're starting to encroach on this territory. So Zen, as much as they appreciate having the 2 kills handed over, they lost their teammate, and now they're stuck on the low ground. They're eventually going to have to move away from this area. The zone will shift away from the water, which is right next to them, right alongside. And Happy Squad is going to be there to hold them when that time comes.
Happy Squad so far having a great journey throughout both rounds of the Wrangle. Find themselves some high ground advantages holding over on to the top end of Fair Pure. Definitely expects a couple more of all these Zen members after they've had a little bit of shootout up against those Cerberus Esports, but they also will have to eventually check over on to those members of eArena at the very same time. So even over on the top corners of Quarry, still pretty much playable, as some portion of the regions of the circle is still covering that area until Phase 3 closes out. So far, it's been pretty fast-paced on how these teams have been out and about, getting proactive, getting those big numbers out there. So healthy numbers for the side of R8 to eventually join the 60-pointer club as well. Now that X-Men has stagnated, same goes to TDT. So this could potentially be a very deep run that R8 could make it a lot safer into a top 7 finish.
I'm getting a little stressed seeing people aiming down their sights at Roy Esports, just chilling in the sand pits that they've got down by the beach. And that's really all to cover because, again, they're in the same boat as Zen, which is the water's getting shifted away from very soon. They should have vehicles still in there. They managed to get in there somehow, but there's going to be a lot of eyes on them as soon as they try and make that exit. It couldn't possibly happen again that all 3 of our 60-point teams don't get anything in our Wrangle matches. Surely not. But Roy, they do manage to hold on to their spot just about for now, but when the time comes for them to make a shift out of it, 40k will be there waiting for them, and that forest is going to quickly start getting packed full of inhabitants, and not really many places to go that provide cover from those who already have positions up towards the north like R8.
Yeah, just looking at the current field as well, it's definitely a little bit tricky for even the Happy Squad to even find a decent spot to maneuver around. So what they could potentially do is to wrap up the fight over on the south up against the rest of Zen Esports and then create a little bit more of that space to eventually challenge whoever is over on the beach, which was Roy Esports. And speaking of Roy Esports, there's also WDG over the far southwest who could potentially actually get a good glimpse, but instead they rock up over a hillside to hit right back into the Quar region, so they could potentially be facing off against the rest of the 10 soldiers who are already been there from the get-go. So that being said, that's going to be Tito really being active as he will be able to spot some of all these movements coming in from WDG. And just like that, Marcus responds in kind. The nades are falling right through. Marcus still connects all the dots in order to take that blue out. Whereas Meglos on the other corner has also chimed in to slowly chip down these members of TTS.
Flank around the side of the smoke for Rip. That's a lot of damage, but the last bullet not quite connecting. Bit of a wayward grenade towards the smoke, maybe anticipating a little bit more aggression to come out of Windy Gaming. Rip is pushing forwards, trying to find his prey. Neilty does get spotted around the side of the tree on the peak. And that will be the end of him. R8 did manage to pick up an angle, taking Dalziel out of the fight as well. Windy They managed to get themselves into the zone, but they're under a lot of pressure. R8 have line of sight into this area. Their vehicles ain't going to be surviving much longer. The smoke's just buying them a little bit of time for now, and NKT's in a similar predicament, but the blue zone's wrapping around the sides. Sam Mask doesn't know about a peek from down to the opposite side. 5657 NKTs them, creeps out into the blue zone to get an off angle, and Sam Mask is just not ready for it.
Yeah, not at all. And we have 5657 who's got some great angles to work upon. NKT with that late rotation did not pay off, and Zeta is already cutting whatever plans that they had as they're slowly being shredded to bits. Now it's only down to Khan. What can he actually do at this standpoint while eArena forces the push up against the rest of Happie squad? Very little health bars left over the side of Norris, but there's still Jacob on the far corner of the map, and that's NKT out. Because Jacob has been able to spot him out, moving right through the forest, while there's still more troubles lying up ahead for eArena.
And meanwhile, everyone on the western side of the zone is just chilling, having a great time in their houses. No pressure on any of them, apart from Buriram, who have brought a mortar along, might be putting some pressure out onto some of the other teams who are still lurking around in the forest. That's actually going all the way over here. That was close to Algenbots. Really worrying stuff for him. Has to keep his head down, but no worries for Jacob. Just cleans up what remains of MGG. Just about gets the heal off in time as well. They're up into the top 8. 8 kills on the board. He's got to heal a few more meds because Happie is just setting up a firing line. There's no way that he gets into this zone.
Yeah, it's just so tough right now. Sizzy's got to fight his own battles, and speaking of which, is already bleeding out to the zone. So all down to Jacob. As the rest of Happie squad, they're just going to be still waiting just to check for a little bit more before they join the rest of the chill guys over on to the far west. Of that, they will break the silence as Roy Esports are now looking to push through up against the rest of Fort Tankers, who's got a solid compound to work with. And oh, good hit! That lob from Long K out of nowhere connects over on to the dip, and now they will just have to go in for the pickup. So for Tanker, they bought just about enough time to also focus onto the rest of WDG on the move.
Absolute 100-0. Beautifully, perfectly placed grenade. Now the MG3. Full fire rate, pops a tire, but 6789 barely notices. Keeps sending it straight forwards. On top of Happie squad, Algenbot's taken out. Evil Patrick gone as well as the vehicle explosion drops Marcus. And Windy have actually found themselves a little bit of a playable position on this rock. Need to be careful though, because 10 Trip creeping forwards. He doesn't have a frag grenade. That could make so much difference, but he's going to go for the spray. Try blow up the UAZs. That surely gets damage, but he's not able to do it just yet. Another spray into the smoke. A little bit more. No, can't quite land the tags.
If he had any utils, that would have been a golden spot to actually grab one right there. Happie squad now has to fall back though while we continue on with the fight. Roy Esports recommitting up against the rest of Fort Tankers to try to flush them off of these compounds. Couldn't, already sifting through every single room, not finding any at all, as Epic King just set up some of all these smokes to block some of all the sides coming out of Fort Tanker, and now they're ready to commit to this push. Couldn't get dropped down though. Deeprock did manage to eventually go for an exchange, knocking down Udert, and Hakai is holding over on the corners, expecting some of the footsteps to fall right through, and I'm not too sure if they can quite hold the rest of the pack coming out of Roy Esports.
Not entirely sure of how Fort Tanker have fumbled this hold up to this point. It seemed like it shouldn't be too difficult a task to just massacre Roy as they tried to send it forwards from the beach, but maybe their attention was drawn elsewhere. All the fighting in the forest, they were looking for third parties maybe, but now they've got problems as Roy has made the way into their compound. They have forced them around the outside. They've kept all four alive. They've survived the initial onslaught. They've got the revives that they needed. Oh boy, 10 Trip. You might just have forgotten about Jacob on the back line. Surely Happie wouldn't get caught out. Tunnel visioning again. Surely not. Jacob around the back line. Oh, Happie was holding eArena out in the blue zone. They forgot about Jacob. He wraps around the side, gets the point. Only a top 6, so it is only one additional point, but it puts eArena at such a massive margin for the final day.
Even I forgot about Jacob because he was in the blue zone for such a long time. I wonder how many first 8 did he manage to actually grab out of all these fallen players out there. But that definitely was a big surprise. But because of that pickoff, he still would be bowing out to the blue zone. So that being said, at least he did get something in return and secures that #1 spot for eArena to be creating a little bit of gap between them as well as Daytrade. Roy Esports back at it again, this time pointing their guns over onto WDG, looking for 6, 7, 8, 9. And still needing to deal with the rest of 4 tankers, so this is still very tricky for EV King as he's hoping to eventually catch them on the midst of the rotation, while the rest of Buriram United finds themselves the cover from the broken walls, while RA Esports, they know of their existence as well. What a tight angle to work with. Latte, is he going to fall over to find those few pickoffs? That could easily be him. He's just getting everything done for RA to put BRU out of match.
He was definitely considering pushing forward, going for a little jump hipfire headshot, as FW did get a ton of damage in, but not quite enough to secure the knocks, the finishing off of Buriram United. It's another one where some of those teams, that 60-point margin, it's expanding once again. Our rate is now up to 60 points, but Roy's survival so far up to this point gets yet another knock. HAPPIE might just be handing over the flush, or kind of using himself as bait, and they do eventually clean up Roy Esports on 62. Our rate very likely to overtake them. Just 1 more point required, and all of the teams that came into Erangel on 60 points fighting for the top 8, they're going to be pushed down below. They will have been overtaken, caught up by the one team that actually capitalized on their opportunity, got themselves a solid position in the zone, and have held it effectively, just losing 1 player into the top 5. But 40k now having pressure onto them at the hands of Rip, landing a headshot. Dynasty's still here, still lurking, still trying to do what he can to prevent our rate from getting any further up the standings.
And Dynasty did actually land that perfect headshot upon UNQ, so this is definitely looking a little bit dicier for RA now that they know that somebody is still out there over the corner of the walls, and there's barely enough space for them to also run down at the very same time. I mean, you could say the same about Dynasty, but at least he's got a couple of these regions to work with. And look at these cheeky angles. He's making sure that nothing can get past him when RA tries to peek over.
That better not be where he got the knock from. Oh, that's just horrendous. Rip around the side. He's got a folded shield to work with, and it buys him some time as HAPPIE is just trying to spray him down through it around the opposite side, but he does eventually get there. Long K just sends himself out into the blue zone on a drive-by, and he's probably dead for that. Yep, no way he's getting into the zone to be revived. So 4tanker will be back down to just a 2-man, but it's the second game in a row where 4tanker make their appearance up into the late stages of the game. It's been a long time coming. We've needed to see a turnaround from them. We asked to see it. Now we finally get to actually see what 4tanker is capable of here and there. This is probably not going to last much longer, though. They have to get over towards the forest in a wide open territory, but Dynasty's still using those horrible little angles to hit headshots. UNQ taken out from the side. R8's distracted. There's maybe an opportunity for 40k to make a push to the zone.
Yeah, and the bulk of their haul of points have been these past 2 rounds in South Erangel, finally getting things sorted out. So 40k definitely in a really good spot. But I wouldn't say the same about Hokkaido, slowly getting tagged up by Zigzag. There's nowhere out for him, as there's just so much that FW have claimed over onto the course of the hill, and they heard all the noise created by Dynasty as well as the rest of RA, so they will just leave that one for later because they know that they could just easily pick up members of 40k from here.
Well, this is not Tego. Those bushes are not quite as thick. Geotin almost got away with it, but Zigzag just checks, spots a little leg sticking out, and so too did R8 Esports, and he has been dealt with. Now FW can use the opportunity to try and flex out, take some control in the forest. R8 has the same idea, but Tonke has the anchoring position. 2 headshots out of moving vehicles, and R8 down to Latte, trying to hold the line in the compound against a 4-man FW, picked apart by Tonke.
Yeah, it's all about the waiting game, and Latte just runs out to the blue zone, hoping to deny himself, but will not be the case for FW Esports, as they still secure themselves a big win here to close off the day. And this is their second chicken dinner here in day 2.
Yeah, another team with 2 wins on the day. I think he actually did just about get the deny off. The damage came through, put him low enough that the tick of Blue Zone did prevent 1 additional point going over to FW. Not the end of the world, because, as you say, this is their second win of the day. Themselves and Daytrade Gaming lay claim to 2 apiece of the 6 chicken dinners on par for today. And FW, another team that really came in looking like, I'm not sure whether or not they'll make the finals. We know they've got potential. They showed up at PGS 5-6. They didn't really have the best of times there. 24th place at PGS 6. And they're coming in. They're making a bit of a statement appearance to say, actually, don't forget about us. We're still here. We've got something to prove.
Yeah, they're definitely proving that there are definitely no slouches at all moving into this day 2 run. And when we take a look at how things have transpired for these 2 runs of Wrangle, it's definitely been tricky spots to play, but we saw how safely FW play out the early game, where they were not heavily involved with whatever drama that these other teams have inside the chorus, or even over onto the corners of their appear. They remain around that core region and then slowly getting their form of push. And we even saw NKT was kind of scared to even bypass the bridge to face off against them. So I guess they didn't really have too much of that early game hassle to begin with. So smooth run so far. eArena, though, definitely gave us a lot of excitement with this battle over onto the bunkers.
It really could have fallen apart a little bit more easily if it weren't for the intervention of Cerberus, just dogging down TDT and then dipping off into the distance. Norins still was prepared with that Panzerfaust, but it never actually came to use later on in the game. Just wasn't quite ready. Didn't have that thing prepped and ready to go when they were eventually pulled upon by MGG, where Jacob cleaned up the fight and then cleaned up Happy Squad later. This a little play from Tanker, though. Their emergency parachute giving them a massive benefit in the points that they were able to grab from this game, putting the damage onto Daytrade Gaming of all teams, the one team who came in again with a point to prove. They lost their GPT. They've been looking dominant, but 40k ran them over in the compound, successfully defended it eventually against Roy Esports, and it's a back-to-back top 4 for them. Maybe there's an argument for a final late-stage push to come through on day number 3 for Tanker.
Potentially so, and I guess the biggest victors moving into these is, like you say, Tanker. They've been on these hollow points for the past 2 rounds, and things can only get better for tomorrow, because we're starting off again inside of the Wrangle now that they've already figured out somewhat of a formula to consistently make that top 4 cut. And even when the gaming got quite a number moving into this final few stages, but over onto the course of how things have played out, R8 of all the teams who were around the middle of the pack has been able to break all this form of stalemate between Xavage Men, TDT, as well as Roy Esports, as they got plenty of eliminations this round to be able to surpass all of them.
Yeah, Windy as well have got at least something on the board for this game. They're still slacking a little bit behind by the end when all's said and done. eArena on the opposite end of the spectrum, putting some separation between themselves and the rest. They're already locked in for grand finals, as is Daytrade, and probably Cerberus. Probably Cerberus. That might be why Hisaki and Lambao are just running around like headless chickens, pranking their opposition and mostly themselves. FW as well with 2 wins today might just have done enough to secure themselves that slot in the final stage 2. A lot to thank as well for Tonke hitting these double headshots as R8 were making their move across. If they were able to try and isolate a 1 versus 1 against Banana 1, get some position, zone control in the forest, maybe it's a different outcome. Unfortunately, not able to do so. Latte does manage to successfully deny the point to the blue zone, which means FW only get the 7 kills, but still 17 points in the game. It's going to be enough to keep them safe for the final qualification.
Yeah, for what it's worth, they were having some really long rotations to actually get to where they needed to be as well in order to still pick up those 7 points. It's still pretty huge for them to actually wrap up here with that 17-pointer of a round in order to put themselves up into those safe spots. So we'll definitely want to add up the rest of the tally as well to see where exactly does FW Esports end up. But undeniably, but now one has definitely made some huge impact with plenty of damage, as well as these kills to be secured back to the team with decent contributions as well.
Yeah, he's been doing pretty well for himself and the rest of the squad. Again, not the most outstanding in terms of damage dealt, but he'll take 3 kills, 300 damage, pretty solid conversion ratio when those shots mattered. But realistically, I mean, they were part of what you called the chill guys over on the western side of the zone. They had their compound for a while. Daytrade was there initially, and then they disappeared down to the south and then disappeared from the lobby entirely. R8 in a similar situation, although they were a little more successful in picking up points. 8 kills for them and the second place. Similar scenes to 4Tanker as well. 8 kills and a third place gives them 13 points. 2 games in a row where they have hit double digits. And now, worryingly enough for a lot of teams, they are right back in the conversation for the top 8 spots. In fact, everyone is. It's so incredibly close coming into the final day. And just the failure of a couple of teams in the mid-pack to get anything going in these final couple of wrangles has really brought some of those other teams back into contention.
Yeah, yet again, when we look into even teams like BRU, getting 5 points seems to be healthy to actually upkeep these numbers, but we did mention that they might even need 10 points or more hitting these round. Now that WVG secured 9, there's a potential where WVG even push BRU further down after this matchup, so we'll definitely want to now focus onto this totally the board to see where they're at. eArena will be the ones to once again sit at the top, now having a 6-point gap between them as well as Daytrade. Cerberus Esports to be able to reach the triple-digit mark for tomorrow, whereas FW Esports with that chicken dinner, they move right into the top 4.
Yeah, all they really have to do tomorrow is remember to turn their PCs on and join the lobby, and they should just about get into the grand finals. Again, we're talking 96 points as our potential cutoff, but maybe that's too high now that those teams around the mid-pack have faltered, and there is a mass amount of teams that have caught up. HAPPIE squad on 57, Buriram 54, 4Tanker now on 51 points. Their Arangle has put them right back in, just 10 points away from the top 8, which a couple of games ago we were calling that 30, 35 points, and now they're right back in it. One more game like the one they just had, and they could be in with a serious shot of getting into the finals.
Yeah, this has been an extremely exciting APAC qualifiers to watch just from this play-in stage itself. We're not even near the finals just yet, but of course, one day to play out to actually see who gets to be locked in for the top 16 overall for the final stage. But I'm absolutely satisfied for what we're getting today, as the race is absolutely on, not only for those who are over on the top of the pack, but the fight for that mid-table, it's getting more and more exciting as we have games after game seeing them chase neck and neck.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see those teams that are already locked in. What kind of shenanigans are they bringing to the lobby? Some wild card performances. Maybe you don't expect it out of eArena or Daytrade. They seem to be taking things just as seriously as possible. But Cerberus, I don't know. We expect some silly things out of them. We've seen a couple so far today, but now that they're safe into the finals, let's see what they've got for us in tomorrow's matches.
Well, of course, till then, we'll catch you once more. You guys definitely don't want to miss out. So make sure you'll be here for tomorrow.
Mày 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，叫到兩口，單單就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想問第三，就份複雜，個身份要好過要出盡力對不斷你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個字堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到你隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼做合都冇能為，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，走雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖跡。我但係努力唔等，你衰咗冇得唔計。咁知但係有人好運，有人冇計。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞。錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞。錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到你隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，叫到兩口，單單就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想份第三，就份複雜，個身份住好過要出盡力對不斷你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個字堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到你隻 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過。咪走咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為，睇下邊個得戚。